Mr. Mayor, we're now live.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Due to the COVID-19 emergency declaration, this special meeting of Ajax Council is being held electronically and live streamed on the town's website. All members of council in attendance are participating by audio and video teleconference, and senior town staff are available throughout the meeting if council members have any questions on the agenda. For members of the public watching from home, please bear with us if we encounter any technical difficulties throughout the meeting. I'll now call this meeting to order. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and territory treaty of the Mississaugas. For more specifically, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home of the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action in acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. There we go. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interest on the agenda today? Hearing and seeing none. Moving on to departmental reports. Departmental report 3.1, request from Annandale Park Developments Limited for a minister's zoning order on 221 Church Street South, Ajax. Mr. Clerk, two things. One, I don't see anything for question period. I don't know if there's a question period today.
Mr. Mayor, there's no question period on special council agendas.
Thank you. And is there a presentation on this from Mr. Romanowski or Mr. McCullough? Or Ms. Groh?
Through the chair to the mayor, no presentation on this matter. All the information is pretty self-explanatory within the documents that have been provided to council.
Okay, has council had the opportunity to read this? There was some talk before that they had received this late. Has every member of council had an opportunity to read the report in advance? Okay, good.
Chair, honestly, no, I have not yet. Well, my apologies. I thought this was coming at GEC and we were going to have a chance to have more time to process this. Is there can we push this down the agenda so it's after the MCR? Is that a possibility or?
I don't have a problem with that. Mr. Clerk, any issue with us modifying the agenda and putting this at the end?
No, Mr. Mayor, you're welcome to change the order of business on the agenda.
All right, so we'll change the order of business.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll move this to the end to give council members, because I know this report, they only did just receive this, and I want everybody to make sure they have the opportunity to read it through. So moving on.
Chair. Sorry,
Pardon
I haven't had a chance to read it either. Should we be reading it throughout the meeting? I was sort of expecting a presentation. That's why
It's very short. It's only a one pager, I think. It's
okay,
basically
so
saying that the process has been followed, and yeah, it's not a long read.
thank you. So forgive me whilst I do that now. Then thank you.
No
Thank you,
problem.
Mr. Chair.
Moving on to presentations, item 4.1, workshop Envision Durham Municipal Comprehensive Review and request for employment area conversions. Mr. Romanowski and Mr. McCullough, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair, I will turn it over to Mr. McCullough to start the presentation, and then we'll go into question and answer. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean McCullough, and today I'll be walking us through the workshop on the Envision Durham Municipal Comprehensive Review on request for employment area conversions. So today what we're going to do is I've just got some information. I'll help with provide some terminology, and then I'll walk you through some provincial planning policy documents, as well as I'll walk you through the provincial planning documents, some context for Durham Region and Ajax, the Envision Durham Municipal Comprehensive Review process, as well as the land needs assessment, and just kind of give some background context to some of these items. Then we'll take a pause and we'll have an opportunity for some questions on those elements. Then we'll move into employment areas and some of the key considerations that we look at in employment areas. So this is more of an overview. We'll then have another pause as an opportunity for questions and some dialogue there. And then finally, we'll get into the request for employment area conversions. I'll give an overview of the information that we received. And then again, we can finish up with questions on everything that we've heard today and walk through everything. So first to start, while there are many provincial planning policy documents that guide this Envision Durham process, one of the key documents that I'm going to focus on today is the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. So this is a provincial planning document that provides a growth management framework for the Greater Toronto and Hamilton area. So its objectives are to reduce urban sprawl, make better use of existing infrastructure, encourage the development of more complete communities for people in all stages of their life, provide for development that reduces the reliance on single occupant vehicle, supports transit and active transportation, and encourages economic growth. The first growth plan first came into effect in 2006, and the one that we're operating under today came into effect in August of last year, 2020. So one of the key pieces of this document among the policy objectives is Schedule 3, and this outlines the population and employment growth for all the regions within the Greater Toronto Area. When we look at Durham, Durham is projected to grow by 630,000 residents to a total of 1.3 million, and add 240,000 jobs, growing to 460,000 jobs by the year 2051. Essentially doubling the population and jobs within the region over the next 30 years. So first, I just want to help with some terminology. As this is a workshop, we thought we'd take this opportunity to kind of provide some education to council members and just provide some education on some of the terms we may be using throughout today. So first, we'll look at settlement areas, and these are built-up areas that are planned in official plans where the majority of growth is planned to occur. Within the settlement areas, we have two areas. We've delineated built-up areas, and these are identified where growth has already occurred when the original growth plan came into effect. And the growth plan requires that 50% of all residential growth is to occur within this built-up area. And the 50% is a minimum upper tier requirement, and therefore some lower tier requirements may be higher. For example, the town's current requirement is 52%. And under the previous growth plan, the target was 40%. So Ajax has always had a little bit higher compared to some of the other municipalities in the region. When we look at designated greenfield, these are also areas within the settlement area boundary where population employment growth is scheduled to occur. Designated greenfield areas also have a density target of 50 people and jobs per hectare as we move forward. So next we have strategic growth areas, and these are areas that are identified either by the province or by the municipalities, and they're designed to accommodate mixed use, high density growth. These are generally nodes and corridors throughout the region, and the province identifies urban growth centers. So these are the highest level of where growth is projected. And so the density targets within those areas are 200 people and jobs per hectare. Another important one is major transit station areas, which are generally within 500 to 800 meters of a transit station. So in Ajax, it's the GO transit station, and this has a density target of 150 people and jobs per hectare. So when we look at Durham Region settlement area boundary is generally the area that's shown in yellow, blue, as well as the pink colors. And then there's an outline around that. Some of the areas outside of the Greenbelt or outside of the settlement area boundary, we have the Greenbelt as well as the Oak Ridges Moraine. And then areas that are not within the existing settlement area boundary and are not within the Greenbelt or the Oak Ridges Moraine, we unofficially refer to them as white belts. So you may have heard that term. So since the release of the growth plan in 2006, these have generally been reviewed by some as areas for potential growth in the future. When we look at the region's official plan, the key designations that the region has within the settlement area boundary. We have 2 urban growth centers, which is downtown Pickering, as well as downtown Oshawa. These are the existing and emerging downtowns that were identified by the minister in the growth plan. Next, we have regional centers, and these are key areas within the other municipalities. So in Ajax, we have 2, we have downtown Ajax, and we have uptown Ajax, and these are key areas for growth. Next, we have the yellow, which is the living area, and this is predominantly for housing purposes, providing a mix of housing forms, as well as tenures, the like. There's also small opportunities for some office and retail in small local centers within that area. Finally, we have employment areas, and that's the blue areas, and that's what we'll focus our discussion on in the second part of this workshop today. When we look at the town's land base, we realize how little employment land the town has. The town currently has approximately 1,600 hectares of land designated for residential purposes, both strong neighborhoods as well as greenfield that's available predominantly in northwest Ajax. Within these areas, there are opportunities for intensification, especially along the corridors. Next, the town has almost 315 hectares of land that's available for and planned for intensification. So these are the strategic growth centers that I identified earlier, as well as we have the Ajax GO Station. We have the Midtown corridor, which is between the uptown and the downtown along Harwood Avenue. And then we also have Pickering Village. So these are areas that have started to transition, but still currently have very low densities as a whole. And they're ideally located for some of that residential growth and planning the community around. Finally, the town has 658 hectares of employment land, both prestige and general employment. And these lands permit a variety of industrial uses, as well as some employment support uses and office uses as well. The town's commercial and employment land review, which I'll discuss in a moment, it was completed in February 2020, and it identified that the town currently has 193 hectares of vacant employment land. And it should be noted that this is now less because this was completed before Amazon building permits were issued. Coming back to the growth plan. So the growth plan identifies that the conversion of employment areas to another use, such as a living area or a mixed use area, so that can only happen during a municipal comprehensive review. The growth plan also identifies some criteria that have to be satisfied. So when the region prepares a regional official plan amendment, the province will be reviewing it to ensure that it complies. So these are demonstrating that there's a need for the conversion. The lands are not needed within the horizon of the plan to accommodate the growth that I mentioned outlined in Schedule 3. That the proposed use would not affect the overall viability of the surrounding employment areas, and that there's existing and planned infrastructure. So quickly, just to touch on the Envision Durham process. So Envision Durham is the name that the region has given the municipal comprehensive review of the region's official plan. And this is essentially the region's growth plan conformity exercise. So the process it'll evaluate intensification potential within existing areas. It's going to complete the land needs assessment as required by the province. It'll allocate population and employment growth to the lower tier municipalities. It could potentially expand settlement area boundaries into those white belt areas that I mentioned. It will delineate the major transit station areas, and I'll actually have a report coming forward in March to discuss that component. It will identify minimum density targets, and it will update policy frameworks. So we'll look at everything from climate change policies to environmental to transportation, the like. And this process is to be completed by July 2022. So the region is really working up against that timeline. One of the biggest components of the MCR is to allocate population employment, and this is going to be evaluated through the land needs assessment. So this is essentially a mathematical calculation to determine if more land is needed to accommodate projected population and employment growth in the region. So the process looks at two land categories. It breaks everything out into community areas and employment areas. So community areas are generally the residential but also requires some of that employment that supports residential and the strategic growth areas, like restaurants or it assigns some jobs to that area. And then we also have employment areas. So this is where the majority of employment growth is expected to go. So an evaluation in order, first the region looks at residential needs. So they assign 50% of the residential growth to the built up area. And then they'll calculate based on how much land is currently available in the greenfield and how much land is needed for residential purposes. Then they'll also complete a similar process for employment areas. So they'll identify how much vacant land is available for employment areas. They'll also look at some intensification of employment areas. And then they'll determine whether or not more land is needed for employment uses. And then if there currently isn't enough employment land or residential land in the existing settlement area to accommodate that growth, then they'll go into a process to start identifying where to expand the settlement area. And that's where some of the other reports and studies go along, such as the watershed plan or agricultural assessments. They all start to tie into that process of identifying those key locations. So as I mentioned, there's the potential to expand into the White Belt. And if no new land is added, or if land is needed, I think the important message here is the challenge Ajax has is Ajax does not have any White Belt land. So there's a situation where Ajax will not receive any additional land for this growth. So we have to use what we have to the best of our abilities. Ajax has a finite amount of land, and it's important to continue. So, and with that, that's the end of the first component that I have today. Are there any questions on that? And I also have Jeff Romanowski instead, and we're all happy to help answer some of those questions.
You're muted, Sean.
Yeah, sorry. Council, I can only see two of you. So I need everybody, first of all, get your cameras on, please. And second, I got to figure out a way that I can, there we go.
Our cameras are all on.
Are they? Okay, it's my end. Like I said, I picked a bad day today to put my Surface Pro in for service. So I just got it back and everything has changed. So I'm having some challenges. I saw Councillor Lee first. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So does the town planning, just for one more time, have a specific number in mind of the total jobs these lands can generate as a whole up until 2051? Do we have a specific number? Is it 20,000 jobs? Is it 5,000 jobs?
Through the chair, Mr. Lee. So right now, that's the process that the region's going to undertake. So we can come up with how many jobs on average the entire remaining employment lands could generate. And that's based on some analysis that was completed through our commercial employment land review, looking at different density targets based on the types of uses that go into that area. But ultimately, the number of jobs that will be assigned to the area that the region will be looking for, that will be completed through as we move forward into that land needs assessment.
But before the region finalizes it, what is the number the town of Ajax has in terms of jobs available? Do we know what that number is?
Through the chair, offhand, I don't have that number available.
Would Director Romanowski, I know I'm putting you on the spot. I should have asked this before.
Through the chair to Councillor Lee, we're looking up that information right now, so we can provide that information to you.
Just before we get into like the deep dive, I would like a baseline to work off of to know whether we're going to aim for higher or lower than that number. Because I think based on what you guys have now, based on all the stats and reports you guys have, I think it bears kind of sharing that number first. So if you can get it, no rush, just before we kind of start making the gritty decisions. Chair, that was kind of my big question going into this. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, I only had Councillor Lee. Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. McCullough, I saw, you said that there was 1,658 hectares of residential land located in northwest of Ajax. Is this across from the cemetery, Pine Ridge Cemetery off of Church towards Taunton?
Through the mayor to Councillor Khan. So the 1,600 hectares of residential land, that's all residential designated land in the town. So it includes both the existing land that's been built and then the greenfield that's still available. So yes, some of that land, that greenfield land that is available, that does surround the cemetery up at Church in Taunton. So there's some greenfield up in that area, and there's still a little bit the magnum opus piece down in southeast Ajax. South of Bailey is another piece of greenfield remaining.
And thank you. The piece of land in Ward 2 off of Church across from the cemetery, are these land taken? Have they been sold, or are they still available for purchase and development?
Through the mayor to Councillor Khan. So many of those parcels have been sold. There is work underway on what's called a master environmental servicing plan for the area and looking at comprehensively planning. So there is work underway by the landowners and their consultants on those pieces.
Thank you, Mr. McCullough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
You,
Any other
Mr.
member?
Mayor.
Council Tyler Moore.
yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to all the planners for putting this together, Mr. McCullough for your presentation. So I gotta say, I'm a bit confused here because on your page 3, it says reduce urban sprawl. That was the first thing that came out in your report. And then we go to the fact that the province has designated the town a place to grow. Is that correct? That's the moniker they use at the province. Is that right? We're designated a place to grow.
So yeah, the town would
Okay.
be one, but most areas across the greater Golden Horseshoe would be.
Okay, and then by 2051, we're on pace to be double the residents, double the business employment. Page 7 says density targets are high, and there's intensification opportunities. Province needs to review everything. It says needs to be completed by July 2022. They want their answer quick. And page 13 talks more about intensification. Where I'm going with this is how much do we have a say in this? Because I know the residents hate intensification. They hate high density. And it seems like the province, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, says to the municipalities, intensify. We want to put more people there. We want to put more intensification in all your builds. And then we don't really know that as a council because we're busy doing our jobs. So they speak to planners, they give all the parameters, they give all the rules, and the developers aren't stupid. They have lawyers that are watching for all this. And then they come in and say, hey, we can put in more intensity. The province is right there. So all of a sudden, the residents don't want it, and we're stuck because we're right in between what the residents want, which I'm a resident, I pay taxes, and what the province is telling us what to do. So I think sometimes it puts the town in a really unfair position. I don't know if that's more of a comment that I've wanted to get off my chest for a long time, or if it's just me asking, is there any kind of, maybe the mayor can help me with this, do we have a say in this? Can we say to them, you're really squeezing us? Like every time you build something, all our residents get mad. And we're standing here going, if we say no to it, the province goes, no, they can do it. So that's more of a comment. I want to get that off my chest. But if somebody could maybe, do we have any restitution? Can we reply to this? Can they listen? Go, we need to back off Ajax a little bit. Thank you.
Well, since you asked, I'll do my best. I'm first of all, the province doesn't do specific. It's a broad thing, so it's not just Ajax. It's everywhere. It's kind of recognized that things have changed. We're no longer, especially in Ajax, we have a finite amount of land. We have a fixed urban boundary. So we really have nowhere to go out. The only way to go is up. And it's also recognized that intensification is the way that we're going moving forward. I think staff are actually looking at that right now through our next OP. Is that correct, Mr. McCullough?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So we will be looking at the intensification areas and how that all grows and what strategies are to mitigate some of the impacts as well.
Okay, and Councillor Tyler Moore, and I think you were speaking strictly to residential and infill projects. And as Mr. McCullough talked about, I think the fact is we have very few greenfield spaces for new development. The only place where any new development can go is through either mixed use, which we will be talking about after, or infill projects like the open house that happened last night down on Lake Driveway. And yeah, people are not happy about infill projects, but it is the reality that's going to be happening, and it's going to be happening more and more. And you're also seeing on a lot of the older streets where some of the older houses are being actually taken down and new houses being built. And that's another example of what is going to become the norm. So whether we can tell people no, they can't do it or not, it's designated by the province, but I don't personally see the province changing any of that, because it is just the way things are going to go moving forward. So I don't know if that's right, Mr. McCullough. Maybe you can complete the answer if you have more to add.
No, I think that says it really, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Tyler Moore. So it represents good planning, creating strategic growth areas where that growth can occur, having modest growth in some of the existing stable neighborhoods, and then connecting those locations by transit so that individuals aren't required to take their automobile and drive around, which can lead to traffic and congestion and things like that. So we will be bringing forward a series of reports over the next year as this MCR process unfolds. Some will be on those intensification conversations, as well as residential growth. So there will be other opportunities certainly to review and comment on that.
Okay, and I didn't mean to be a little off topic, nor did I mean to sound like a victim. We're all adults here, we're doing our jobs. But I just want people to know the way it actually is. And it's sometimes a lot of pressure because they want intensification, but the jobs excite me, and that's another topic, and getting a lot of those locally would be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe I saw Councillor Bauer next. And then Dies.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. It's very, very useful. So I just had two questions. You mentioned that at the time the report was written, there was 193 hectares for vacant employment, but that number has changed due to Amazon. What is the new number of vacant employment?
So Amazon used up 24 hectares.
Okay.
So that'd be, I guess, 169. If I'm doing my math right. Actually,
Thank
might
you.
be 159.
And then at the very beginning, Sean, you mentioned that Ajax has historically had higher, I think it was regarding the built up for settlement areas. It's like 52%, and then prior it was 40, always higher than the region. And please correct me if I didn't understand that correctly. Why is that?
So through the mayor to Councillor Bauer. So the intensification target is set by the province, and it's required that the upper tier municipality is going to be the one that has to implement that.
Okay.
So as you can imagine, Durham region is filled with various lower tier municipalities, some northern ones that really have limited capacity to facilitate some of that growth. So that's where some of the existing municipalities who had a lot of growth, who had infrastructure in place, more intensification is put onto the lower tier, where that infrastructure is in place, and then helping facilitate transit usage and things like that. So the previous target was 40%. So Ajax was higher than the 40%, so that the region could, some municipalities would have been lower than the 40%.
And that's dictated by the region for those numbers, or would that have been the town?
So that region those numbers came from the region. So
Okay.
through the ongoing process right now, the Envision Durham process, our intensification number will change. The region will be reviewing that to see what potential exists across all of the municipalities, what could be reasonably accommodated, and then there would be a new intensification rate set to the lower tier municipalities.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Councillor Dies.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. So just to put a little bit of context into what we were talking about earlier, Ajax is completely surrounded by Greenbelt. We have firm urban boundaries. I believe we were the first municipality to have that in place. So part of the function of the Greenbelt, as I remember it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is really to protect those natural heritage sites and also to protect agricultural lands. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dyes, that's correct.
And I think the other thing with respect to intensification, there's been many discussions about the cost of urban sprawl. So I think maybe you can clarify this for us too. Planning has changed over the years, and we now understand that there is a significant cost to supplying infrastructure through, the suburbs with urban sprawl. So intensification will help offset those costs because obviously you have more population to share the cost of a municipality. Is that right?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dyes, yes, that's absolutely correct. It's really looking at the infrastructure that's required to be extended out to these areas. And when we start bringing people closer together, that infrastructure can be used more efficiently and in a cost-effective manner. It also helps transportation, and it also promotes walking, which promotes healthier lifestyles, communities.
So our job would then be to figure out what's best, where we should put those intensified residential developments and what areas would be best suited for that, correct?
Through the mayor, Councillor Dyes, that's correct.
So right now we see them pretty much on our major transit roads where we have good public transit. Are there any other areas that have been identified?
Yep. So we've got in our current official plan, we have 5 intensification areas. So those are the uptown and the downtown Ajax, the GO Station area, the Midtown corridor, as well as Pickering Village. And a lot of those are all on major arterial roads, which have frequent transit service. And the idea is moving people around between those areas using transit to and from the GO Station. And those are strategically planned for that high density and mixed use growth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of council have any questions on the presentation so far? Okay, seeing and hearing. Oh, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following up to what Councillor Dye said, Mr. McCullough, those 5 areas that you listed, is that the 315 current hectares that are designated for mixed use currently?
Through the mayor, Councillor Bauer, that's correct.
Thank you.
So that's the existing area that the town has.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Mr. McCullough, please proceed with the next portion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so next we're going to move on to, we'll move on to the employment areas, their purpose. But the first thing I want to do, and this will help with Councillor Lee's question. I don't have the numbers, but we'll work on getting those before the end of the session today. But first I want to talk about the types of employment that we're looking at. And really employment can be divided into 4 categories. So we have population-related employment, which is generally caters to residents, providing jobs in retail, personal service, and restaurants. So this type of employment is generally accommodated in mixed-use area, and there is a significant number of jobs within these areas, but it's bringing those close to the residents. We then have employment lands employment, and that's the name of it. And this is really the core employment uses. So providing jobs in things like manufacturing, warehousing, trades, equipment repair, those types of uses that need to be separated from residential uses because they can have, or residential and sensitive land uses, because they can impact the operations on these types of jobs. We then have major office, which is generally large office facilities, as the name implies, but it's best located in strategic growth areas near transit, and that's really what the growth plan is guiding. However, some of this office can be located in employment areas, and where we do see some of that is in facilities like research and development facilities, or what we also call office warehouse compounds, so large companies that want their head office as well as a large warehouse on site. And then finally, this one is a very small portion in Ajax, slightly bigger in the region, but this is your rural employment, and this is predominantly agriculture and agricultural related jobs. So although office jobs are desirable from a density perspective, simply put, everyone can't work in an office. So therefore, in order to successfully attract and accommodate as many jobs as possible, the town needs to preserve land to attract those employment jobs, helping create a diverse job base for everyone. So next, what are employment areas? So employment areas focus on those land employment jobs that I mentioned. And so they accommodate manufacturing, warehouse distribution, and other employment uses that are not compatible with residential and sensitive land uses. They can also include small multi-tenant unit buildings that provide space for emerging small businesses, or could be cabinet makers, electricians. There could even be some office that needs space, such as engineers. They may need equipment for sites. They have a small space that they can store that equipment. And so these are of strategic importance to both the province, the region, as well as the town's economies. Now, sensitive land uses are what we refer to. They're basically residential uses, seniors housing, schools, places of worship, and they're prohibited by provincial, regional, and the town's planning policies. And this is really to both protect the residents and the users of those facilities, as well as to protect the operations of the existing businesses in those areas. So why protect employment areas? So as I was just mentioning, encroaching sensitive land uses into employment areas can impact existing employment. So there can be a situation where an existing operation, if it creates noise or dust, vibration, odor, light, and it has an impact on a sensitive land use or the like, the Ministry of Environment can step in for certain situations and require them to bring their operation into compliance. Also, when we're looking at new businesses or expanding, we also have to plan around kind of the surrounding land uses. So if there's residential uses, we plan for that, looking at noise impacts, what the mitigation measures are, so it can have an impact on expanding businesses. Next is one we've already talked about, but it's really Ajax is surrounded by the green belt and has a finite amount of land. So whereas other municipalities do have some opportunities for white belt, and there may be a shifting of some of their employment land, we don't have that luxury. In order to remain competitive, Ajax needs a diverse portfolio of employment parcels that offer a variety of sizes, locations, and characteristics, both to attract small and large employers. Protecting employment lands can also improve the quality of life for the residents. So if you could imagine a seniors housing development in the middle of an employment area, wouldn't really be compatible with the warehousing, truck traffic, or noise, and can have an impact on their daily lives. It also creates a balance of employment opportunities, as everyone, as I mentioned, cannot work in the office. The town and the region have been striving to try and provide one job for every 2 residents. And by maintaining the employment lands, this helps create a balanced employment environment. And finally, the Planning Act provides protections to employment lands. So this is an important one. When we're looking at employment lands, as I mentioned, they can only be converted through a municipal comprehensive review. Outside of that process, if someone were to try and appeal a decision, there are no rights of appeal for converting employment lands from the blue to the yellow. And this really maintains the structural integrity and makes sure that we're looking at employment lands on a comprehensive basis. So up next, the town did complete its commercial employment land review, as I mentioned earlier in 2020. And this report highlighted that finite amount of employment land that was available, and it identified that it's important to note that the town's inventory of vacant designated employment lands is finite and diminishing. To continue to be competitive and attractive to a broad range of industrial and commercial sectors, the town needs to ensure that it has a sufficient supply and market choice of serviced and serviceable employment lands. This is particularly relevant regarding medium and larger sites, as identified by both recent absorption trends on employment lands in the town. This has been evident in some of the larger developments we've seen most recently, and then also a number of development applications that are currently under review, looking at large warehousing and even some manufacturing uses. So it's important to note that this report was completed using a time horizon of 2041 and not 2051. And that's because the growth plan was updated while the report was being, the growth plan was updated after the report was completed. So at the time when the report was completed, it identified that the town at 2041 would have a small surplus of employment lands. However, this was wiped out when the growth plan time horizon was extended. So based on the current, the numbers that were in, the town had a supply until approximately 2046-47, looking at an average absorption rate of 7 hectares per year. Again, with Amazon, that was essentially a little more than a 3-year absorption. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And then following this, we'll get into the actual employment conversion request that we received and provide an overview of that and answer questions.
Members of council, any questions? Councillor Dice. You muted, Joanne.
I kept losing you. Sorry about that. So in the conversation here, we're talking about attracting a diverse job base, which means a diverse employment base as well. How do you do that, though, when you really are going by what you receive and the development requests that you receive at the time, and you really don't know what's coming down in the future? There's been, for example, there's been criticism about the number of warehouses that a municipality is getting. So how do we get that diverse or attract that diverse base, and how do we handle that?
Mr. McCullough.
Through the mayor to Councillor Dyes. So that's where, from planning's perspective, attracting a diverse range of uses is protecting the employment lands for those in warehousing and industrial uses. Because the way staff see it is we can also attract office jobs and retail and other land uses to strategic growth areas. So by attracting those types of jobs to strategic growth areas and maintaining a land base for these other industrial type uses, that's where you're attracting that diverse base. And then our economic development helps to find companies and looking to establish themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if staff can speak on, I imagine we're going to hear terms like land banking throughout this whole process of, like if we don't comply to suggestions, then the developer will just see more incentive to just sit on it and wait for favorable conditions. So does planning factor that in with their calculus from the consultants or whatever, of just like a possibility of this land remaining vacant for 30 years based on the fact that there's no cost analysis for the developer to build on it? So I'm just wondering, does that factor into planning's kind of suggestions or recommendations?
Mr. McCullough.
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee. So those kind of considerations factor into some of the background reports. There's been discussion about updating our commercial employment land review, and that would look at some of those considerations. Because when they're looking at their absorption trends, they consider some of those trends. For example, when they're projecting out to 2051, they're not considering that every year we're going to have 7 hectares of land taken up. There's some years and even then they're projecting over the next couple of years, because there's low vacancy rates in industrial uses out in this area, that there would be higher absorption trends for the next 10 years or so. And especially as Ajax right now has a competitive advantage that we have serviced land available for those types of uses and pulling them in. And that's kind of the extent of that. Of how that's taken into consideration.
Is there anything we can do? Oh, sorry, Director
Absolutely.
Romanowski.
Let me add one thing. I do have a motion coming, probably not this council, I think it's the next council, to do with directing staff to look at land banking and look at creating potentially a land banking tax, we'll call it, or land banking fee for those who you're referring to. So that will be coming. I don't think it's this council meeting. I believe it's the next council meeting.
That was led into my next question before Director Romanowski speaks. It's just like, what can we do about this? Because ultimately, it seems a little unfair for both the council and the taxpayer position of just like, yeah, we get you're not making the most money you can make on this, but I'm very confident believing these developers will be making good money on this land, whether no matter how it's used. And they have to understand that the decisions we make today and in the future have to look at the long view and not just the short view. I would be very easy just to make these short plays and we're all make it to the next election, the next election after that. But we do have to take a long view of the next, to 2051. And so I just hope they understand that. And thank you, Mayor, for bringing that up. I mean, if you're looking for a seconder, happy to second that, because I think it's important that we start kind of dissuading developers from just sitting on land because they're not getting exactly what they want. But I'm sorry, I think Director Romanowski just wanted to chip in there.
Romanowski?
Yes, Councillor Lee, through the mayor, just to answer your question from the initial round of questions on this topic with regards to our employment growth out to the 2051 horizon. So based on our commercial employment lands review, the base scenario had Ajax growing at approximately 24,000 jobs out to the 2051 timeline. And then under the high growth scenario, 36,000 jobs between 2020 and 2051. So those are the numbers.
So the numbers we're working for today.
that
Today
work?
is anywhere between 24,000 on a minimum. And then our best case scenario that we've mapped out is 36,000. That's a good estimate.
Yes.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. And thank you, Chair, for the questions.
I'm just gonna, before I go to the next speaker, just follow up on that. Mr. Romanowski, we have a employment plan where we're working towards one job for every 2 residents. We already have over 120,000 residents, which would equate to 60,000 jobs. So what you're saying is there is no way that we can actually reach that one job for every 2 residents. Looking for.
Well, that was part of our discussion when we brought the commercial employment lands review forward, and that was part of the direction that yourself, the mayor, gave back to the consultants to go back and look at the super aggressive high growth scenario. So that would be, yes, the one job for every 2 residents. If that was to happen, then we'd be upwards to 85,000 jobs by that 2051. But based on our trends from previous reviews, so let's just say the 2006 to 2019 timeframe, we only garnered about 580 jobs a year as an annual average. That's why the base growth scenario through that report was at 24,000 and the high growth was at the 36,000. But you're correct through those discussions that other scenario was also looked at.
Thank you. Are there any other hands with questions? Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize if this perhaps was from the previous part of this presentation, but it seems strange to me that we consider our downtown employment land, and yet we cannot develop that without having our sewage upgraded by the region. So doesn't that the two don't even go hand in hand? So how can we count those as employment land if we can't actually develop on it? And do we have any sense as to when those lands will be upgraded as far as the sewer system so that we can actually start to develop that area?
So through the mayor to Councillor Crawford. So actually in March, I'll be coming forward with a report as well on the Central Ajax Intensification Servicing and Transportation Strategy. So it'll be a quick update on phases 1 and 2 of that project. And that project has looked at alternatives to servicing the downtown. and some of the things that can be done. So there are some alternatives that we will be discussing and options that can bring capacity to the downtown to provide the mixed use area. And then the employment area, we've generally haven't had too many issues servicing in the employment area because they've got some other options, but we will be bringing that forward and keeping council informed on that.
Excellent. I look forward to that report. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. So you had said earlier a few minutes ago that currently there's enough, I guess, enough employment land to stretch us out, to project to 2046, 2047. But what we're looking at right now is we're trying to project to 2051. So what exactly does that mean to us?
So through the mayor to Councillor Bauer. So essentially, when the region's looking at allocating jobs to the municipalities, they're going to be looking at how much available land that we have and how much we can accommodate. So it's going to factor into their job allocations to the local municipality, looking at how many jobs we can accommodate. And then even from the town's perspective, it just may impact in the long term some of our ability to attract certain types of employers. So you probably wouldn't get those large Gordon Foods or Amazon type employers. We would then have to start transitioning and looking at employment intensification and building on some of the existing facilities.
Further?
Thank you. No, thank you. That's it.
Anybody else with questions? I'd just like to follow up on that, Mr. McCullough. Realistically, I mean, the Ivanhoe Cambridge site is well down the road. The Amazon site, we already know that. Other than the site just south of there, on the north and south sides of Kerrison, we don't really have any parcels left. Oh, and the Annandale site, we don't have any other parcels that would be suitable for any large employers anyway. Is that correct?
To you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a few, one of the items today, the tribute piece is a large piece of land as well. But yeah, it may not be looking for some of those large employers, but there's definitely a handful of smaller and medium sized too that can be used efficiently as well.
Right, but to say that we could be attracting these large major employers is just, to me, I don't think realistic, given that the piece of land you just talked about is 15 acres. The Amazon site is going on I think 60 acres. So, I mean, to try and say that we're going to be able to bring these large employers, given our sort of finite and fairly small pieces of land that we have left, like all the pieces of land around Blowers Court, all the pieces of land to the west of Salem, are really, other than the 27 acres north and south of Kerrison, really are the only, I think, pieces for any real substantial size.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. A couple others, we also have some up Harwood, but you are correct, I would say, but we also have a lot of small and medium-sized parcels, so there will be other employers. So we are looking at the whole range of employers and attracting these employment land type employers that we're looking for as well, so that there are space for, as we continue to grow, that there are space for the trades to keep their equipment, have their employees, and some smaller type business too. We've got is it M.A. Stewart up Salem Road, small type employers like that provide some manufacturing opportunities as well.
I want to follow up a little bit on Councillor Dye's question, but first, I mean, this council, not this council, 4 councils ago, in 2007, made the decision to pre-service all our employment lands. And by the biggest piece was the Salem or the Carruthers Business Park that we're talking about right now. And sorry, it was the Councillor Lee, what he mentioned. Those lands basically sat for 13 years with nothing on it except for that Patterson one you just mentioned. And now we have a self-storage facility up over behind the Ops Center, which will employ not a lot of people. We have a car wash on Kerrison that I don't think employs any person. It's a self-serve. Another building on the other side of the road there, I don't know what that is, but I don't think it's a major employer. Gordon Foods was good, and Amazon is good. But for the most part, they've just happened. For the most part, even though those lands have been pre-serviced, they have sat for 13 years. So just I want just to continue on about the how do we attract? And I think the answer is we do everything that we can to create the environment, which is pre-servicing, and things like putting our priority path in place, becoming the development ready or whichever that certification that we got. Do you remember what that was called that we got a few years ago, Joanne? Competitive ready designation. I mean, we did everything we could, yet those lands sat and sat and sat and sat and sat for a decade. Now we're in a different situation where we have many applications of people wanting to. And I want to follow up on what you're saying about, you know, consuming 7 hectares a year. I believe there's also a residential gauge that we're supposed to use. We're supposed to have an inventory of, what is it, 10 years of residential lands?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, but we don't. We maybe have, what, 2 years of residential lands?
So to Mr. Mayor, through all of our strategic growth areas, we have available land for residential uses that could be undertake development.
Okay, but we don't have 10 years worth. So what I'm getting at is it's nice to have these projections, but in reality, I mean, we don't have enough residential. That's why we're getting the intensification. But according to the Watson's update that we had a couple of years ago, which was pre-COVID, by the way, that was only looking at the 2041. And at the time I pointed out, you know, we had our employment plan of 1 job for every 2 residents. And what I pointed out to the consultant a couple of years ago was, you know, they're saying we have a small surplus, yet they lowered the multiplier to make it that we had a small surplus. It wasn't the same as when it was done in 2009, when the update was done in 2018. Is that accurate?
To Mr. Mayor, does Ms. Andis have that answer?
She does.
Ms. Andis, are you there?
Yes, I am. The difference in the previous 2010 Commercial and Employment Land Review Report and the recent one that was completed in 2020 is that the land absorption rate had declined slightly. So the projections had changed based on a change in the average annual absorption rate of vacant employment land.
Okay. And what does it do to those numbers when we have a number of storage facilities? There's another one planned for up on Salem Road, just north of Roslyn on the right-hand side. Gas stations, coin-operated car washes, single-story commercial units like what are up by Spiceland that are being built right now. All of these are very small employers. So what does that do to our projections? Because what I'm suggesting is, I mean, what we have left, we really need to leverage and get the maximum. Because if we have that car wash, for instance, that is probably on 1 hectare, it's probably on about 2 acres or a bit of land, and hires 1 person, now we got to make up that right now I think our target is what, 29 jobs per hectare? Which we already, is that right, 29?
That is the current average.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we get all these developments that have 1 job. That means we got to make up those 28 somewhere else, or we're never going to reach our targets. And to me, that means that forecast at the 2041 that says we may have enough land to reach 2041, every time we have a project that's a single-story commercial that employs 2 people, or a gas station, or one of these very low employers, we no longer have 2041. Now we're maybe 2035. Now we're maybe 2030. Does that make sense? Am I understanding this correctly?
There are 2 aspects to this. There's the land absorption rate and the employment density rate.
Okay.
I agree that if employment development continues with the low density type uses of storage facilities or car washes, that will be a factor in potentially lowering the average the next time the densities are looked at. However, there are also developments such as the Amazon development, which will have a high density of employment that could balance that out. So it's difficult to predict based on, at this point, based on the developments we're seeing, whether the town's overall employment density will be more or less than 29 jobs per hectare.
So if our density ends up being lower, what does that do to our projections? Like, we're trying to project out 30 years, which I don't really think that you can do, but we're trying to. I know we certainly can't do. We can't tell what's going to happen next year with COVID going on. I mean, it's so volatile. If we don't achieve, like we're achieving well under the densities, then what happens? I mean, do we keep trying to keep enough vacant land to keep stretching it out when we have people that want to develop it today?
I think the one thing to keep in mind about the employment densities as well is those employment densities are for employment land designated jobs. So if we look at land absorption, the concept of land absorption and employment density are related. However, the concept of maintaining the blue designated employment lands is for those employment type jobs. The higher density employment uses, such as offices, even through provincial policy, are directing municipalities to funnel those types of employment uses to their community areas, so our mixed use areas.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to demonstrate just that this is we're being squeezed by in a lot of different areas, in a lot of different ways. And it's not getting it, like the Amazons are great, the Gordon Foods are great, the Ivanhoe Cambridge is great. If the Crest Point goes ahead, great. Those will help us catch up. But right now, in the last decade, we've gone behind. So I'm concerned about that. And I thank Councillor Crawford for bringing up about our downtown area, because again, I agree, we do have a lot of designated lands right now for sure. However, to try and say that those are lands that are going to be what's the word you chose? Anyway, used in the next decade, I think is not realistic. I think that's going to be well outside of 10 years. Even once we get sewer capacity in there, I think that's going to be well outside of the initial. So that factors in as well. Anyway, that's all I'll say now. I want to hear the rest of the presentations. Any other member have anything further? Councillor Dice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my concern has always been where these different developments are taking place now, such as in, logistics, warehousing, that kind of thing. They take up a huge amount of land. And I'm wondering, can we not be more efficient in our employment lands by these usages having to develop up or intensify that development instead of spreading it out over acres and acres of land? Because that way it uses perhaps half of what it would have used if it spread out by going up, and then that land can be used in the future for other employment uses. Can we control it, by putting those sorts of regulations forward?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dyes. So that's actually a comment that staff had made on the region's growth management discussion paper and looking at how we can encourage higher density warehousing development. And the name escapes me, but looking at layered and stacked warehousing, because those are becoming more of a norm. These facilities are emerging across North America. And we've even seen concept for one where the floor plate of some of these buildings are very low, but the floor area overall is very high for these warehouses. So they are like residential, which is starting to intensify. Some of these other employment uses are really starting to also intensify and use land more efficiently. We've also seen a lot of intensification in the employment area in South Ajax, where, for example, they've consolidated buildings or created large warehouse additions onto existing properties and just working out how they can expand those operations and acquire more jobs and floor space.
Well, thank you for that. I'm pleased to hear that because this is not really a new idea. I mean, it's used in cities where they are very, they don't have a lot of space, they're very restricted. And it would save on land costs, for the developer in purchasing that land. So I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further before we move on? Okay, Mr. McCullough?
Sorry, maybe one more thing before we move on, I'll add on to the last component is we can also, through our official plan, we can look at locations where storage units and storage facilities are located and try to either reduce the areas that they're permitted or locate them away from arterial roads so that they aren't taking up strategic employment land. So we can definitely look at that.
Just to that, Mr. McCullough, I thought, because I'd already mentioned that to Mr. Romanowski some time ago, that we were actually going to be taking those out as a permitted use through the next process.
To you, Mr. Mayor, I believe in the prestige employment, they are prohibited. I have to just confirm that. I believe storage facilities and funeral homes, which also have a low employment density, are also not permitted in our prestige employment designation. So that'll translate into our zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next part we'll get into, this is going to be the components of the workshop where we start probably getting into the discussion of the request that we received. But first, I just want to give a brief overview of the MCR process as it relates to these employment land conversions and employment uses and what will unfold over the next 18 months. So through the MCR process, Regional Council endorsed a set of localized criteria. So these are in addition to the provincial criteria that I mentioned earlier. And then they opened up a window for submission of employment conversion requests. So landowners could submit so that the region could have all of the information and make a comprehensive review and make informed decisions on everything. So following the closure of that time period last September, the requests were circulated to the town in October. So next, the region has been working on an employment strategy that will be coming out in the coming months that will help inform their strategy moving forward and looking at some of the topics discussed today, densities, observed densities, and what we could look at moving in the future. The region will then take the request that they receive. They're going to complete their own review. They'll look at what staff or what the local municipality said, so in this case, council, and then they will put that information into the land needs assessment. So they're then going to be deducting any that they can support or feel that they can support from the land needs assessment, deducting that number, and then helping with that process to determine whether or not they have enough land. And then that's where if they need additional land for employment uses, that they'll start that process of looking outside of the existing settlement area boundaries and for locations for that. Following all of that, there's going to be a draft regional official plan amendment that's prepared and it'll be circulated for consultation to the community, to the town. And then that amendment will be brought forward to regional council for adoption. And then they're targeting before that 2022 deadline. And then following that, it'll be sent to the province, and then the province will have a hand in, they will be responsible to approve the region's official plan or the new regional official plan. So as I mentioned, there's a series of localized criteria, and these are really just to act as a guide. They do help make the decisions, but it's not if you hit them all, you're going to be automatically converted. It just helps along with that process. So these criteria, they examine everything from location criteria, from transportation or location to transportation corridors, whether it's within a proposed MTSA or the major transit station area that I mentioned earlier, or if it's on the fringe of an employment area. It also looks at site parameters such as size, configuration, physical conditions, and impacts on cross-jurisdictional issues. So if there was an issue with a conversion between municipalities or something. They also look at maintaining jobs. One of the big ones the region is also looking for is looking to maintain some of those larger employment parcels that was mentioned earlier. So in terms of the town's position, one of the criteria request will consider what the local municipal, either staff or council position is on a request. Now, in this case, we're coming to council for endorsement, so it will be council's position on the request that will be considered by the region. And so any position that we've put forward would be, we recommend that it looks at being clear and outlining policy recommendations, which you'll see what staff have done that to a degree. The region will all then proceed to complete their assessment, and then which could differ from the town. And then they'll proceed with their amendment, and then there's a review process there. So in terms of the request, during the review, there was 42 conversion requests received within the region. Ajax had the highest number of conversion requests at 15, and this equates to approximately 67 hectares of conversion. Now, I think the important thing to note is the conversion of some parcels could have an impact on adjacent parcels. So the region, when they look at their employment areas, they don't want it to look like a Swiss cheese or something. So it could have an impact on adjacent properties, and the number could grow depending on which requests are either supported or not supported. So generally, staff have grouped the request into 3 different categories when we reviewed them. One was that we supported, and I'll go over that in a minute. One was ones that we did not support, and then ones were ones that we were recommending not support for conversion, but also permitting some minor retail because we see some areas in the community that could use that. So first, we have 3 requests which are within our proposed draft major transit station area. So that the proposal is shown in the black. And again, that's the report I'll bring forward next month to CAP. 3 requests, CNR 3, 21, and 22 are all within this draft major transit station area. So this is an ideal location for mixed use development. The growth plan requires the minimum density of 150 people and jobs per hectare. And then the town also has a policy framework on a portion of these lands that we would look to expand to the entire area. So we actually require a minimum job density in this area of 50 jobs per hectare before someone can build high density residential, or it has to be incorporated into that development. And then we also look at kind of the impacts residential and looking at mitigating the uses on the existing employment areas. So next we received 5 requests that staff have identified not to support for full conversion, but remain employment with what we're calling enhanced minor retail. So retail uses are not normally permitted within employment areas. The only exception is there's a small retail component where you can sell products of goods that are manufactured or processed on site. That's the extent of retail permissions. Previously, the town had, through our official plan amendment 42, which was our employment area amendment, we looked at creating what we refer to as special policy area or area specific policy 618. And what this did, what this proposed to do was it would permit a maximum of 25% of the gross floor area to be used for retail uses. No individual retail store could exceed 500 square meters, And then we would look to require minimum jobs of 37 jobs per hectare across the lands. Now, this was not approved by the region through our review, so it remains deferred in our official plan and it's not in effect currently. So staff are recommending that, and through our through OPA 42, we recommended that this be located in 2 locations. There was one on North Harwood, and then as well as one near the casino. Now, a lot has changed near the casino. Through our staff believe that we would like to request that a policy framework be built into the region's official plan to enable area specific policy 618 to be approved through the town's official plan in this north area. We're not recommending it on the casino, on the lands around the casino, because a lot has changed in that area in the last 10 years. And then in terms of the North Harwood, we had 2 requests that are located in that area. So CNR 33 and CNR 04 were in that area. The other thing to consider with the request in this area is, although these parcels all they do provide opportunities for employment uses in these areas. As I mentioned, for example, if we start looking at CNR 33, there is the potential that if there was a position to support conversion of that parcel, it would be likely, or the region may consider converting everything that's north of it. So rather than just losing, I think it's about 1 hectare of land, that number could increase to about 2.6 hectares based on one request. The other area that we received a number of requests in was southeast Ajax. We received 3 requests in this area. And again, these parcels have direct access to the region's strategic goods network. They're approximately 1 to 1.5 kilometers to 2 highway interchanges. So staff did see some opportunity for some employment uses in that south area. However, one thing that we've come to learn over the years is that there really isn't a lot of retail uses that can provide maybe a small convenience store to the residents of Southeast Ajax that's within walking distance. So staff are also proposing that that's area specific policy 618 be applied to the lands on the employment lands on the south side of Bailey in Southeast Ajax, where the employment lands would remain as employment, but also permit some retail permissions that can provide some opportunities for both the developer as well as the residents, and also support the surrounding employment uses in the area too, because individuals on their lunch looking for convenience stores or to grab something. So next, we've what we refer to as strong employment areas. So these were 7 requests that staff were not supporting to be converted. These contain a variety of parcel sizes, but they do contain some of the largest remaining parcels that we have in the town, as we discussed earlier, that either do not have development applications on them. The parcels all have good access to 400 series highways, as well as the region's strategic goods network. So that network is designed to move trucks to and from the highways. And that's one of the benefits Ajax does have as being relatively small, is all of our employment lands are relatively close to highway interchanges and provide good access that way. As we mentioned with the commercial and employment lands review, there is a need for these lands for employment uses, as we see what our projection out is to 2051, to provide these opportunities for individuals and attract these types of jobs. One other element is looking at the structural integrity of these employment areas. So as you start pulling some of them out, it has an impact on the surrounding employment uses. So as I mentioned, it could separate some employment areas from other employment areas, which make them less viable. There was also the introduction of sensitive land uses that can have an impact on existing or future employment uses. So if there was just too much mitigation, or a site couldn't be designed to accommodate certain types of employment uses because of sensitive uses, it makes the site less desirable. And then it also, as I mentioned, protects the ability for employers to expand. So shown here on this map, I just jumped back, we had 3 requests that are somewhat larger parcels. We have CNR 19, CNR 7, and CNR 28, which is the Annandale parcel. And at the end of this presentation, I have all of these in larger images. So if we need to discuss, I can provide that. Then we also have smaller parcels. We have CNR 15, CNR 14, which is at Roslyn and Harwood, CNR 35, which is along Blowers Crescent, and then CNR 20, which is the employment area just off of the Highway 401 near the Salem interchange. So this will be my last slide, but as I mentioned, in order for the town to continue to capitalize on future employment growth, a strong position needs to be taken against employment conversion that will undermine the town's ability to grow its economic base and maintain and attract the diversity of employment opportunities and jobs that the town is looking for. By protecting the integrity of strong designated employment areas, the town can also capitalize on the type of employment uses, such as the office and the mixed use, into our strategic growth areas and really grow those into those strong centers where people can live, work, and enjoy being, and really create focal points for the town. Because as I mentioned, in the case of the uptown and the downtown, we have very low densities in those areas right now. And in the case of the GO station, there are 0 residents in that location right now, but we do see that really becoming a prime growth area as we move forward. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And I can, as I mentioned, I can also pull up images of all the requests if there's discussion needed.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
We've only been doing this for a year, right? First I saw was Councilor Tyler Moore. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again, Sean, Mr. McCullough. So I just wanted for clarity, CNR 33 and CNR 04 on your map on page 29 and the map that I have is at Harwood and Taunton, but you mentioned that CNR 33 would now be considered over by the casino area, oddly. Am I correct?
Through the mayor
You are muted, sir.
to Councillor Tyler Moore. Through the mayor to Councillor Tyler Moore. No, so we were just referring to a specific policy that would provide some retail permissions. So CNR 33 and CNR 04 would remain unchanged. They're just on specific parcels of land. So those are requests provided by the private landowners requesting that those parcels be converted to permit the uses that we had identified. And then what staff are suggesting in that case is that the parcels not be converted, but a policy framework that would allow some minor retail that's not normally permitted in employment areas to apply to that area on North Harwood, as well as the area on Bailey Street. We are not recommending it be applied to the casino at this time, and we're going to evaluate that more closely as we move forward in our comments.
All right, that's my first question, if I may. And then when we look at CNR 22, 03, and 21, which is effectively the GO Transit lands, I call them, in that area, do you have a projection on the amount? Like, I know it's one step further or several exits down the highway of employment with those 3 would-be developers or plans? Is there and retail? Like, what do those look like? I know I'm a little, again, I know that's for another meeting, but do you have any prognosis for that area?
Through the mayor to Councillor Tyler Moore, and so our policy framework has the 50, the requirement for 50 jobs per hectare. So I'd have to do a calculation how many hectares that is, and that's a minimum as well. So there could be more provided through that.
All right, and then in the southeast Ajax, if I may, Mr. Mayor, ask another question. CNR 34, 09, and 31. I know that the submissions that were made were more retail-ish, and you're saying that the planning is saying that area should be concentrated on more employment with maybe a minimal amount of retail amenities. Am I correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Tyler Moore, The requests that were submitted, they requested both residential and retail, just I guess to keep their options open.
Correct.
But we're recommending that that minor retail be applied to that area.
But you're not recommending that residential component be taken away and industry brought in?
That's correct. We would recommend that it remain employment, and then looking to attract a minimum of 37 jobs per hectare along that stretch.
Oh, okay. So you do want it to be employment. Okay. And then we'll speak, maybe that'll end, but I do have some questions on, the core area at Harwood and Williamson there, but that's it for now. I'll let others speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Through the chair, how did you envision doing this? Did you want to go parcel by parcel comments, amendments, or do you want us to start giving feedback now? Like, what's the easiest way to do this in your mind?
I just had another councillor text me and ask me the same question. So I'm thinking, I mean, we could go through all 15, but I think that's going to take a long time looking at things that I think probably we'll all agree are not supported. I think there is a certain, I have 4 that I think have relevance. I don't know what the rest of council have, if they have ones that they think have relevance after reading the report. But we can go through all 15 if you like, one at a time. And I have no problem with that. Or we can have, if somebody feels there's one they want to discuss, bring it forward and discuss it as Councillor Tyler Moore did.
If I may, I don't think it'll take as long as we think it will. To your point, I think a lot of us will have a lot of consensus, but I think I would feel more comfortable just hearing if there is input from council staff additionally on each of the ones. So if you don't mind, I'd love to go one by one.
No, I'm fine with that. And I think we've already dealt with the 3 around the Go node. And
Yeah, so the ones approved by staff, right.
And I support that recommendation. So
do we need to separate those out though, in terms of a motion saying?
Well, here's what's going to happen. The report from the February 1st CAP meeting that was withdrawn is going to come forward at the February 22nd council meeting. So that report is that report, and that report is not going to change. And in that report, the recommendations already support the Go node and basically turn down all the rest. If council makes any decisions today to support any of those, and I have some wording for a couple that I'll share once we get a bit further down the road, and we make a decision today, then those will be removed from the report that's going to come on the 22nd. And then on the 22nd, we'll just deal with the staff report, and we won't have to get into the bits and pieces on the floor. I think it'll just be approve the staff report at that point. So,
okay.
So that's the way I envision it working. If I was wrong with that, Mr. Romanowski, please, or Mr. McCullough, please correct me. But yeah, I have no problem going through these. But those 3 at the Go node, for instance, are already recommendation number 1 or 2 in the staff report that'll happen on the 22nd, and they'll be approved there. Remember, the staff report is not in front of us today. Okay.
Yes, I was the other counselor that would like to go through each one of them, excluding the 3.
Let's go through these one at a time, Mr. McCullough, at whatever order you have set up. Councilor Lee, did you have any other questions or?
No. That was. I just wanted to again. It just if council doesn't mind, I would like to go. Starting at CNR 04 then, and then just going through the order that was submitted in the report.
Okay.
Okay, so can everyone see that? I have CNR 04 on the screen.
Could you make it bigger? Or can I make it bigger? I'm not really sure. I'm feeling a little old over here, like right up here. Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
If you have the report, Mr. McCullough, do you know what page that is in the report?
That'd be good.
24.
24 in the report has a full page.
Actually, it's just as small, to be honest, but you can blow it
Yeah.
up. It's,
Councillor Lee?
So thank you, Chair. My question's regarding this parcel of land. So south of that land, but before the plaza, there's like a square. Can you explain what that land is designated for currently?
Mr. McCullough?
So
Oh,
through
you're
the mayor, yep, through the mayor to Councillor Lee. So that was a piece, I believe it's actually been constructed. I believe there was
Okay.
a second building
Right.
that was recently constructed, and that's what that piece is.
So just my comments then. I think it makes sense to keep this as a version of Prestige Employment. There's already a plaza there, and it just was recently expanded to a second parcel, which is that little blank space. It just makes sense to have kind of all your employment kind of chunked together. And so I believe if you put any sort of residential of that size there, and I believe they wanted high density residential with 400 dwelling units and 20,000 of non-residential space, office, commercial, retail. I'm not sure that is the best spot for what they are proposing there. And so I think, you know, like how big is it? It's 1 hectare, right? And we're anticipating ideally 50 jobs, 1.04 hectares. And so we're expecting that's 50 jobs approximately we're expecting in this area, correct? Based on our numbers?
So through the chair to Councillor Lee, so this is one of the parcels that's in that area specific policy 618. It actually does currently permit some retail permissions because of a previous settlement or OMB
Right.
decision in the past. However, that policy would require the 37 jobs per hectare, so it would be approximately 37 at a minimum on the property.
And, you know, like I get it, like there's a plaza there and it's not necessarily the most bustling plaza, but I think there's an opportunity there to, you know, put more jobs there. I guess my only concern, as it is always, is just how do you make a left-hand turn from that Harwood? Because now you're even closer to the lights just north there. And so I'm assuming planning, would this be factoring in Harwood being expanded? Is that kind of factored into your math right now?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee. Yeah, so we have looked at the Harwood expansion in this area, and you're correct. It does make access difficult to especially a higher density development in this area. Now transit would be available, but looking at the options for cars to come and go and how this design would be factored into the future EA for this stretch, which is coming up, it would have to be looked at. The other thing I'd like to highlight too is a lot of these concepts that we received, I would like to mention that they are just concepts. You know, this process is just looking at changing the color on the plan from blue to yellow or pink potentially. And then alternatively, we're looking at, they are concepts and they're not before us. It's just supporting applications for conversion at this time.
Okay, so just again, my 2 cents to the rest of council is just I think this is a good use of that land. I don't think it should be converted to any sort of mixed use, even with an expansion of Harwood. Actually, especially if Harwood's expanded, unless there's gonna be some sort of light there, and I don't imagine there will be. So I think employment is your best bet, and that's my 2 cents. Thank you, Chair.
Other questions from members of council? I will just say that, seeing none, I will just say that I agree. This was not one that I was questioning staff's recommendation on. But when I did mention single-story commercial buildings, that little square just to the south that Mr. McCullough referred to is what I was referring to. Those small little single story, again, all these little single stories are very, very low job density, right? And the only way we're going to get the job density, if we have 1 acre of land and you get 1 story, that's all you get. If you get 3 stories, you triple. And that's sort of the concept of today, but I do concur with staff on this one. Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So it's noted of CNR 07 that this one is already requested by council to be added to the, I don't know if we're calling it PSAS or just says, whatever you guys want to call it. But so can it be both? Can it be PSAS and mixed use as they're proposing? Or it generally has to be like, will we need to kind of like override our first decision and change it? Or can it, there's there both possibility?
So through the mayor to Councillor Lee, so the previous request that council put forward on the, what we refer to as the provincially significant employment zones. So that was just a request to the province to apply that designation or protection to this area. And what that does is it provides that protection to employment areas, recognizing the provincial significance to some of these areas. Currently, that exists in the employment areas south of Bailey in Ajax, as well as some lands in Pickering. So this process, there was a number of discussion. I know the region's economic development group were actually looking at that. They supported that designation on these lands because vacant lands have a lot of pressure. So that was really just a request at that time. It has not been implemented, as well as the MCR process can also look at lands that are in the provincially significant employment zone, and can also look at requesting the province to remove that on certain parcels, or maybe as we move forward, looking at adding it on others.
And when do we assume the province will finalize their PSASs?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee, we don't have timing right now. I know there was a process going on last year looking at doing, finalizing that process. I would imagine that was slowed down by the COVID, as well as other provincial priorities. So at this time, we don't have any timing on that.
Okay. If you go by correspondence, if I'm not mistaken, this proposal has changed, correct? Like the pizza, the slice of pizza on top is actually, they're now saying they want to keep that as prestige employment, and just the piece on the bottom will be mixed use. Did you get that same correspondence? I just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee, that's correct. So the request was removed on the north piece. And something I'll also highlight too is the actual property line follows. You can see there in, you may be able to see in the image here, there's a tree line that runs down along the side. So the applicant was also requesting on maintaining that. You're correct. They have removed their request on the north piece, and they are looking at just conversion on this piece on the south.
And even in spite of that change, it is still staff's recommendation not to grant this, correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee, we're still taking a look at that. However, this is one of the larger parcels that is serviced and does provide a lot of opportunity for employment to the town. And then, but we could look at, if it's council's direction, to look at adding it to the uptown.
And in that same correspondence, they wrote, as a transition, the matter of transitioning goes, currently there's no transition provided between employment uses in the Carruthers Creek employment area and future mixed-use development in the Uptown Regional Center. You would ultimately agree with that, correct? Like there is no transition right now. It is just all kind of slated for commercial with no residential in sight. Is that what I'm reading there? Is that what they meant by transition?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee, I don't know their intended meaning of transition, but it may be looking at the transition between the uptown and the employment area. We do have some transition with prestige employment along the corridor, and then the residential is focused on the area south of, there's a future extension of Ringer in this location, but I believe they may be referring to kind of this piece along the eastern boundary and looking at creating some transitional uses there.
So, I mean, again, I'm not a planner, and I absolutely respect everything the planners do. And if I'm a betting man, I'm gonna bet this is one of the mayor's amendments. But we'll find out. But generally, like looking at this, especially if they've carved out that pizza on top as strictly employment, then I think it makes sense to do a mixed use on that larger piece on the bottom. You know, there's no, especially if it's intensified, as I think they are proposing, there's no real residents to get mad at this. You are off a major corridor. We'll still get a bunch of jobs if their requests, you know, if they stick to what they're proposing. I'm not sure based on what they, because again, I think they've actually asked us to um, direct staff to review and meet and engage with conversion proponents and provide council with updates. But I guess like there's really no time for that based on the deadlines we've been provided by the region. Is that correct? First things first, Mr. McCullough?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee, yes, I believe the request was to meet with them. I will just highlight that the surrounding areas, there are the existing emerging employment uses. So any mixed use development that would occur on the parcel, we would be starting to look at mitigation measures and how the residential would both not impact existing employment uses, as well as how future employment uses on the abutting lands would be protected in the long run. So that's just an exercise that would have to take place. But again, it comes down to staff's recommendation was looking at our employment land inventory and kind of the long term and protecting the finite amount that we currently have.
Right.
Um,
No,
but
no,
we-
I understand that. Yeah. I'll leave it at that. I mean, this one, it seems on paper, I mean, who knows? I mean, these, again, I just want to reiterate to anyone watching and for posterity, like any decisions we make now, there's no crystal ball. And like, it could be the greatest decision we make or the worst decision we make. Right now, we're have a small map, a few words, and we're meant to make the next 30 years a recommendation based on that. So I'm saying based on my, whatever familiarity I have with planning, for me, this one doesn't look as egregious as some of the other proposals. So if council's asking, I would actually support the developer's recommendation to allow the southern plot be built for mixed use, high density. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, did I see your hand?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I really just want to make well, no, actually, I think I have a question too. Sorry, through you to Mr. McCullough. Regional Councillor Lee made a very important point, and the one thing that he said was that if we make the conversion and the developer keeps their word. So if the conversion is done and we approve it for the high density employment, is there any opportunity or could there be any chance the developer changes his mind? And if that's the case, how do we prevent that from happening? Because we don't want to go through this entire exercise only to find out that we're not getting what we want, right? So I don't know, is that a development agreement? Is there something that binds a developer to the plan that we want done?
So through the mayor to Councillor Crawford, so that's a very good question. Once it's as I mentioned earlier, once it's converted from blue to these to either yellow, or in this case, the developers requested an expansion to the Uptown Center. So that's in the region's official plan. That's pink. You lose control that they can still apply to amend the documents and go through that amendment process. So when you're seeing official plan amendments and zoning bylaw amendments come to town council, that's the process that they could go through to change that. However, in order to protect against that, you can still try to build in policy into the region's official plan, outlining kind of what these requests are, what the vision is for the area. And although it's not a guarantee, it definitely does create it does hold some weight, and it guides kind of the lower, as we move through the planning approvals, it guides how everything unfolds. So as I mentioned, they still could apply to a change that, but there is that process that you can build policy into both the region's official plan, and obviously it would be up to the region to incorporate that policy into their official plan. And then once it's in the regions, then we would incorporate it into the towns to create that process. Staff have also been exploring the possibility of development agreements before moving forward with some of these, and it really does become difficult. It can be done, but it really comes down to the language that's going to be in some of the agreements. And even after that process, there's no guarantee that that agreement will continue to hold weight or it would need to be enforced by the town through the judicial courts if needed. So we have looked at that. It does create some challenges, and we, as staff level at this time, we feel that the policy approach is definitely a good approach. But if there was council's desire to further explore development agreements with some of these, then we can take a look at that. Jeff, did you have anything to add to that?
No, Sean, that made perfect sense.
So if I could, sorry, Mr. Chair, if I could just, so just to clarify, the development agreement is not binding, but it's more of a good faith kind of document, you would hope. And I think, just so I get it right in my brain, because quite honestly, if I'm planning not English, if we convert the land to what they're asking for, then we have to give that plan to the region, which then goes into their plan, so that if a developer says, no, I don't want to do that anymore, they have to go to the region, and the region will see, oh, look at Ajax said that they wanted it to be here, so we really don't want to change it again. Is that dumbing it down enough? Is that what you said in like Crawford words?
So through the mayor to Councillor Crawford, I think most of that, yes, I think that summarizes what I was indicating. The challenge with the agreement is we do have legislative authority for certain types of agreements, like site plan agreements, but before any land use decisions are made, these aren't site plan agreements, so that's why we just don't have the teeth. And yes, you would have to go. There would be that process to try and enforce that agreement. In terms of if council were to support this request, there's one of two, or council could support the request with a list of conditions that they're looking for to be achieved on the lands. That would be sent to the region. And then the region, if they supported that, they could work with staff or the applicant to build policy direction that would be incorporated into the region's official plan, outlining those asks.
Thank you for your patience with me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Dice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now the proposal, and it's just a proposal, is for high density residential of over 2,000 units. And then it also includes 600 and whatever seniors care units. Would that be in the same building?
So through the mayor to Councillor Dies, no, they were looking at a series of buildings. There were
Okay.
several mixed use buildings that would have both office and retail on the lower floors with residential above. And then the proposal with the seniors housing was originally a standalone building.
So it's seniors housing? Because I wasn't sure what you meant by seniors care.
Through the mayor to Councillor Dies, the applicant had was looking at what they referred to as a campus of care potentially, and I think it was they're looking at seniors housing for different stages of life. I don't believe, I'd have to double check, I don't believe it gets into specifics as to which levels of care, but there was kind of a range that they'd be looking at.
So that may be something that would change in the future, because that's not really, we don't fund that kind of initiative. It either comes from the province and region, correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dies, that's correct, unless it was built into policy somehow.
So is this intended to be that buffer kind of thing that between that the industrial, the high industrial? Because I don't really understand what you're looking for to buffer these employment lands, to transition them.
So through the mayor to Councillor Dies, so in this case, they're looking at applying a strip of prestige employment along or they're proposing anyway, a strip of prestige employment. So that limits some of the uses that could have impacts. It doesn't always work, but they're looking at that you would have parking on the side of the mixed use development with potential if there was overhead loading doors or anything at the rear, which would be facing kind of the employment area. So I believe when they're referring to the transition, That's what they're looking at. But that can also be done on site too if we're looking at certain uses in certain locations to buffer some of the surrounding employment areas as well.
My last question, again, going back to the care units, the senior care units, we seem to be getting a lot of developments coming forward that speak to care for seniors and also speak to affordable housing. Can you speak to why that is? It's complicated, I know.
Through the mayor to Councillor Dyes, a lot of it's to do with kind of the aging population, the baby boomer generation starting to age and get into those their upper years and just accommodating. So it seems to me to go up and down. Sometimes there is a lot of these are being built, but something we are starting to see a lot more now is those different developments to provide care in different stages of as you age. So we're seeing independent seniors units transitioning into more of a retirement home where there's some more services, and then transitioning into that long-term care over the long run.
Thank you.
Councillor Tyler Moore.
We say quickly, the lands, through to you, Mr. Mayor, to Sean McCullough, the lands that are south of Kerrison, that body of land there, the developer came to, it has put together what you call a concept. It's all like Regional Councillor Dyes just said, 2,000 residents and 600 for LTCs approximately. But your recommendation is prestige employment and general employment for that area, correct? Am I right so far? Just going for clarity.
Correct.
Sorry?
Correct.
Okay. But the developer still submitted what was probably a significant amount of work. Like, what is it designated now? Why would we have received that if we're looking for prestige employment, general employment? That's my last question because I know we got to keep going. You just speak to that really quickly. Why would we have received that?
Yep, through the mayor to Councillor Tyler Moore. And so that's just the concept. So they're looking at preparing information that would support the conversion and what they're looking at doing in the long run. Again, there's no guarantee, but it does help inform some decisions. And if you're looking for policy objectives or language, this helps to inform it. So I think that's why they put it forward.
Okay, further? Seeing and hearing none, I'll wade in on this. Councillor Lee, correct. This is one that I felt had merit, and I'll explain why. Mr. McCullough, just further to your comments from Councillor Crawford, the lands immediately south, the Cineplex, the Home Depot, all that is part of the Uptown Center, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so those lands immediately south, the Costco of the Gordon Foods, sorry, the lands immediately south, the Home Depot and the Cineplex already can be developed for mixed use as part of the urban center.
That's correct.
These are some of the lands that staff are saying we already have an inventory of mixed use, so we don't need any more.
That's correct.
Okay, so if these lands were converted and are abutting current Uptown Center mixed use, why would there be a problem with the transition that we are talking about? It's putting one right next to another.
So to you, Mr. Mayor, it would just be looking at the trend and what's referred to by the applicant. It's the transition to the surrounding employment areas. So if you look right now, there's a clear dividing line. Now, rather than having those uses on one side, you're now going to have employment uses on 3 sides. So you have to start looking at mitigation on all surrounding sides. So it's just an added level. And then that's why they're proposing also looking at a transition to the employment to the east. So if it was to be added, in this case, if council were to support it, likely adding it to the Uptown versus changing it to yellow would make the most sense in that case.
Okay, so just before I go on, I just want to say to council and publicly, when I was looking at these, when we started, like I basically spent the first year of mayor meeting with residents, because as we said already, we pre-serviced all these lands in 2007, and they've just sat for a decade more, 13 years. And the reason why we have 15 applications, most of them, is because of all those meetings that we had in the first year, and staff, Mr. Romanowski was at most of them. So we have these now, and I always envision certain very strict criteria to any consideration, and these are sort of what I think the town put in place. 50 jaws per hectare minimum. Create a sort of transition from the existing residential or other uses to the employment uses. And we'd actually even talked about having it kind of build up rather than just go sort of up and down like this. So sort of really transition, but also create those pedestrian friendly live work type product where people, we know what's going to go on the majority of the land. We know it's going to be warehouse space. Those people are not going to be able to afford, you know, the 900, 800, 900 million dollar homes that we have all around there. We're going to need alternate types of housing as well, being condo, apartment. But the other thing is, as I said before, if we only build one level, we're only going to get a very small density of our lands. So for me, as long as we get, if we can make that 3 levels of employment, I don't really care if we build residential on top, because to me, that's a bonus. We're 1, tripling our employment density, and 2, we're getting, I don't know, exponential amount of development charges and taxes and providing much needed housing of the high density, which we just do not have. But the other thing is, all those things could happen just the other side of the road, but they're not. There's no plans. There's plans further west for the shopping center to look at potentially taking down some of their large big box buildings and redeveloping a mixed use, but none over on this side that I know of. And that's going to take many, many, many years. So I wouldn't even think of actually conversion. What my suggestion would be on here is just extend the Uptown Center designation from Ringer Road, which is currently right behind the Cineplex, north to Kerrison. That does a couple of things. One, it allows the uses that we talked about. And that's the reason why the developer I told them, they called me last, and I told them I wouldn't consider their application. That's why they made some changes. The things that they want in those lands, they already want to keep a strip as PE, which is great, because again, that's that buffer between the Uptown Center and the Prestige. But the things, the concept plan that they put forward with their application has a number of things in it, and a number of those can be used on Prestige employment. So what they're proposing is taking those out of the southern piece and putting all those in the northern piece and leaving those as Prestige employment. That's the hotels, that's the long-term, that's the, not long-term, the hotels and some other uses. And the other down south. The other thing is, currently on these lands, the maximum density we're going to get is 493. By going with the concept plan, we're going to get 1,500, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 160 jobs per hectare from my math. So we're getting that, what we need to make up for all the other areas where we're not getting the density, like the gas station and the self-storage and the car washes and those types of things, but also exponentially growing the development charges, the taxes, and a number of other things as well. So that's why I felt this made sense. I do have a motion on it that probably would have answered most of your questions, because my main question was, how do we make sure what we see is what we get? And that's what I've been working with staff on for the last week. And we have come up with a number of different things, being, you know, could be development agreements, which we have used in the past. We used development agreement on the Medallion, Pat Bailey Square. We also used a form, even our site plan on the Lamine development, which I thought was bulletproof. I think we can all see now, not bulletproof, right? I think the thing was today as well. The further court proceeding was today on that one. So, I mean, nothing is ever absolutely bulletproof, but what we're trying to do is actually put a belt and suspenders on to make sure that we make it as difficult as possible, and what we see is what we get. So I have motions on a couple of these, and this is one, but I'd rather wait to the end and do them all together if that's okay with council, or would you prefer we do them one at a time? Councilor Lee?
I think I prefer one at a time. We have 15 of these, and for you to go back and then speak on it afterwards, I think we'd have, it would be, I think, just cleaner if we go as per application.
Fair enough. So let me bring this up here. So on this, on CNR 07, so motion, and I believe Mr. Clerk has these motions, that staff be directed to advise the region of Durham that Ajax Council is in support of conversion request CNR 07, subject to policy being implemented into the region official plan that requires, at a minimum 50 jobs per hectare, no exceptions. Development must maintain the retail, office, and residential levels shown in the concept plan as the bare minimums when the site plan is submitted. High density residential only. Agreement not to submit a site plan prior to zoning bylaw implementation, which is a questionable one, but we can work around that. Agreement not to build LPAT, another questionable one, but we can work around it. Agreement that any conversion only be for the land specified in the concept. In this case, they're not specifying the lands to the right or the pie-shaped piece at the top. Agreement on timeline, site plan must be submitted within X number of months of zoning bylaw completion. That this be registered on title and this agreement be binding in the event of sale. We can also, through this, and this isn't part of the motion, I guess this will be to me speaking to it, that agreement that employment portions be 50% occupied prior to commencing any residential component. So there's ways that we can control how this goes ahead by putting restrictions in the zoning bylaw that say, you know, you don't want a bunch of commercial lands and residential and they build the residential first. No way. If they're going to build the commercial, we can put stopgaps in place that those commercial lands potentially have to be 50% occupied before the residential piece can start. We can put in things like I've said about the job density minimums. We can put in all these requirements, and if the region puts them in their regional official plan, and then they also get put in the zoning bylaw, and then we also potentially have a development agreement signed as well, it's going to be pretty tough for LPAT to turn around and say, oh yeah, now we want to change when this is all done with all these things put in place. So these are the things that I've been working on with staff that on just a couple of these that I think have merit, but I think those conditions being put in place and that wording at the beginning, that staff be directed to advise the region of Durham, that at the beginning was crafted by staff. They helped me put that together. So that is planning ease, I'll call it. So I'll open it up to questions now. Was that, Mr. Clerk, do you have that?
Mr. Mayor, I have the portions that have been established by planning staff, but unfortunately, I don't think I captured all of your items in that list. If you would be able to email that to me, I could bring it up on screen.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, just can you please just clarify that that motion that you've put forward is for the south piece of CNR 07 and not in relation to the north piece of CNR 7?
Correct. I think I outlined that by saying about it only be for the land specified in the concept. In their application, they excluded the piece to the east, and in their revised application, I believe they excluded the piece to the north of Kerrison. But I have no problem putting in excluding the lands to the north of Kerrison. But I will put that together and email it to the clerk and to yourself, Mr. Romanowski. I'll do that while Councillor Tyler Moran's asking his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if we call this CNR 07 South, and you're saying that the prestige employment PE component will still be in place for that, correct? Or a portion?
Is that to me or to planning?
To whoever, through you, sir, and if you can answer it, to planning, is that correct, Director Romanowski?
Your question is, will some be maintained as PE?
Correct.
Yes, the lands north of Carrison and the lands that 70-meter strip to the right, I believe it is, or whatever that strip is to the right along the entire length of the lands are not included. Those are all to remain PE as per the.
Okay. And then if they remain PE, that means that negates them being able to go to LPAT. Is that correct?
On those pieces.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So the one thing we're not really asking that I would like to ask staff is, so if we do put some sort of high density residential in that area, and again, knowing that I can't get you guys, there's no crystal ball, but could that area theoretically support a form of high density residential? I know we haven't looked at it, there's no site plan, but I just want to also make sure that we're not putting 1,300 residents on Salem or Carrison that they couldn't possibly support that. So like, as far as you know now as planners, could you answer that question or no?
I'll go first and then planners can jump in. That's the beauty of putting things in not abutting existing residential, right? If you put things in not abutting existing residential, then you're not going to have that problem. But the other side of this is we don't want to do anything that's going to limit the uses of the abutting employment lands. In this case, we know that the abutting employment lands are not large enough to really have any large manufacturing or anything like that. And to the north of that, we know it's going to be all warehouse on the east side. So we already know those. And since that commercial will already be there before any residential on this, any mixed use on this goes ahead, I think anybody buying into the mixed use knows everything is already around it. Again, trying to put commercial in after residential, big problem. Putting residential in first, after the commercial is already there, I think takes that issue away. But I'll see if planning, if Mr. Romanowski can expand on that.
So through the mayor to Regional Councillor Lee, your question was, could the land support high density development? We don't know yet because it's a concept and we haven't done the appropriate studies to determine whether or not there's servicing capacity, for example, to accommodate high density. Now, once the land use is designated and changed and we go through that and zoning's in place and they can submit studies, then we'll have a better idea of what that is. But at this point in time, we can't say for certain.
Okay, that's fair. Just to the rest of the council, like I said previously, I think this one makes sense. Could be wrong. This could be the biggest mistake in the world, but just like on principle, we're kind of getting everything we want, increasing intensification in an area where it's, like to the mayor's point, not going to affect people, get some business in there, still keep a really, like I call it the pizza slice of on the north side of prestige employment. I think it, to use the phrase, checks off all the boxes. So I will be in support of this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions on the amendment? Well, it's not an amendment. I think this is a motion. Councillor Dice?
Thank you. I just had a question of staff. If you can, not specifically on what you're wording in the amendment, but you did refer into some of your comments about the serviceable land. And I just want again, and forgive me if I forget the numbers, but how much service land did Ajax put in in the employment lands? And how much has been taken up through development? Do you know?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dice, I do have that. So the commercial employment land review, I'd identified that the town had 62 hectares. of vacant employment land that was shovel ready, meaning that it could accommodate employment uses within 6 months.
So is that the land that we serviced at our expense?
Through the mayor and councillor Dies, this would be incorporated into that category.
So, because I keep hearing that, you know, we've got all this land that's not being taken up, but I believe that there has been a lot of development on those service lands. Is that not correct?
We're starting to see the development really pick up in the area.
Okay, but we have had some pickup. I mean, is development already that has occurred.
Through the mayor and councillor Dies, that's correct.
Yeah. So my understanding was it's a slower pickup and always has been historically for industrial employment lands than, say, residential. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to councillor Dies, especially in Durham region, the eastern side of the GTA, that would be the case. The commercial employment land review, though, did identify that is picking up in the east end due to infrastructure improvements and some positive attributes to the area, lower housing prices, available workforce, those types of
Right.
items.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Before I continue, I've just realized since I moved this, I have to relinquish the chair to Councillor Dies. And I don't recall whose hand I saw next.
So is this on the amendment then?
This is a motion, not an amendment.
So on the motion then, Councillor Crawford, I saw your hand go up. I can't see everybody either.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mayor Collier. I think I heard you say this. Oh yeah, there it is. So that the agreement is at 50% of the, 70% of the employment possibility has to be established before the residential goes up. Is that correct?
Well, thank you
'Cause-
for asking that, because my question to staff was going to be, because those are just numbers that I put in, but I don't know if they're absolutely realistic. When I wrote this, I was putting together the concept that we can control. So I want to refer your question to staff, Councillor Crawford, to ask if this is a motion that council approves. If we put in 50% or 70%, which are just arbitrary numbers that I picked, we need to be able to allow the flexibility for staff to work with the proponents. Because if these aren't realistic, this is not going to help us. So, Mr. Romanowski, can I defer this to you to clarify? Because I want this to be worded in a way that we're not going to, I don't expect each applicant to be able to meet every one of these. So I might have to change the word to say, the spirit of this or something.
Through Councillor Dice to the mayor, as he's relinquished the seat for this part of the discussion. I think with the motion that's before us, it's not an exact science at this point. And yes, you're probably basing it off the concept. However, the direction is to advise the region so that if this goes to the region wants to consider the request that's been put forward, the region would, if they're considering it, should get in touch with the local municipality to understand what those details are, and then we could work through those details with them, if that helps to provide some clarity with that.
You agree with that, Mayor Collier?
I'm looking at the wording right now. Sorry, Jeff.
Excuse me, point of order. I think you need a seconder before we can even talk on this. So I'll second it just so we can keep moving on this.
Fair. Can you repeat that, Mr. Romanowski? I was reading the thing and looking at this at the same time, so I didn't catch the last piece.
Sure. All I said was that it's not an exact science based on, because you're basing these numbers off of a concept, right? And whether or not that concept could be realized eventually through developing the lands. As the direction is to advise the region that Ajax Council is in support of this conversion request and that it be implemented in policy. I would imagine that once the region does their full kind of review of the region, that then they, if they are supportive of this conversion request going in this direction, or they had questions, they would follow up with the local municipality in order to nail it down a little bit further or provide some clarity to some of those points that have been brought forward in the motion, if that helps answering the question that was put out there.
So perhaps instead of saying the region's official plan that requires at a minimum, might it be better to say the region's official plan that considers and then lists all of these things?
Considers, requires is a stronger word. Consideration still requires, or requirements still require consideration at some point before they become requirements. It might be semantics here with the wording. The objective here is though to provide this direction to the region for their consideration through their municipal comprehensive review.
Okay, that's fair, thank you. And Councillor Crawford, I hope that answered your question.
Well, I think so. What I was trying to get at was I like that because we can approve something for multi-use and all that stuff, but if an office space remains empty, then it's not really doing us any good, nor does it accomplish what we want if all we're getting is residential, essentially, with an empty office building. So I think that I like the idea of actually having a developer have to work at that so that at least we know we have some guarantee of employment there. That was just really my comment.
Thank you. Is there any other comments? And I can't see Councillor Bauer or Councillor Khan.
It's Councillor Bauer, Chair, and I just have a question about the motion.
Sure.
Thank you. And I guess we talked about the fact that the region would have to approve this, and then the town, I guess we've got these measures in place, and I think someone might have been the mayor said, we've got to be flexible, or maybe they can't reach all of them. So I'm just wondering, what would be our measure of flexibility? Like how many does that mean when there's a concept or a plan put forward, we have to tick off, okay, if you have at least half, or if you have at least 2/3 of them, like, do we have to consider, well, how would that play out? What would we look for that? Does there have to be a hard number of these met? I don't know who can answer that.
Mr. Romanowski, can you answer that, or Mr. McCullough?
Through the chair, can I have that question again, please, Councillor Bauer?
Sure. I'm just curious. There was discussion that maybe not all of these components could be met by the developer. So at what point, what's our line in the sand? There must be this many, or we have to consider each one. I just want to know, like, how much leeway are we going to give them? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. And that kind of leads to maybe not all of these could be implemented through policy or et cetera. For example, agreement not to appeal to the LPAT.
Right.
Can't really take people's appeal rights away. However, council is going to put forward these motions, these requests, and they'll have to be dealt with as the mayor sorted out through wherever this goes from this point forward. Other things that could be problematic are certain occupancy rates before you can activate other types of development or uses on the property. Again, if it is in an agreement, then possibly it's achievable. However, it's typically not something that really has that much control. We can't control those elements of development. So I think the jobs, I think the form of development, if there's floor areas associated with certain types of uses, those could help. Mr. McCullough?
Thank you. Yeah, the occupancy thing does become a challenge. I will highlight that in the correspondence received by the applicant, they're proposing special provisions, which are provisions that we normally see, because what they're also proposing are mixed-use buildings too. So as you can imagine, it becomes difficult approving residential development in a mixed-use building when it's all one development and it's all going to be the same building permit. So in their special provisions, they've outlined a minimum 20% of the gross floor area of any building or phase of development must be comprised of a permitted commercial use. So that's what they've outlined in their document, and then a minimum or a maximum of that is for retail purpose of 5% is for retail purposes, and that was on for Appendix 1 of their submission.
Madam Chair, I would like to do an amendment to the motion just quickly, and it's very simple. Just removing the words "at a minimum" at the end of the first paragraph and just putting "for example." That requires "for example," and with the consent of the seconder. I just think that in hindsight, given these questions, we might be putting ourselves into a box here that we might not be able to necessarily do.
Right. So we don't need that as an amendment to the motion, do we, Mr. Clerk?
No,
Just a friendly, okay.
Friendly's fine.
So, you know.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments on the motion before you?
I would just very quickly like to speak to it, Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Just two things. One, the decisions we make here today are not actually ever going to even be in the ground till almost 2026. I just want to make that clear. This is a long, long process. All we are doing is making recommendations to the region. We're not deciding that these lands are going to change because we don't have that decision-making ability. All we're doing is making recommendations to the region, and then those of us at Regional Council are going to see this again in I don't know, but around the end of the year or sometime. So the region can look at this and say, no way. The region will look at this and go, okay. And then we've directed the region to put these stipulations in the region's official plan. And sorry, the region, yeah, and the bylaw. So I just want to point that out, that this is a long way away. This is not something where we're going to see shovels in the ground tomorrow. That being said, I feel that without this, it might be much, much longer till we see shovels in the ground, because I'm very cognizant of the land banking. We don't have an application on this land. But I think this meets all of those requirements for consideration that I set out, being adjacent on the outskirts of the employment areas, being able to create that pedestrian-friendly live-work environment. I am a bit frustrated that council hasn't been able to see the actual concept plan, because the concept plan on this is pretty good. And the fact that we can triple the potential employment lands or the potential employment density is what really got my attention. But that whole pedestrian-friendly live work close to the employers to the north, as well as being on major transit route, being Salem, we're all win-wins as far as I looked at this. So I think we've had some great dialogue, and hopefully council can support this. I think this is very important. I think we should have this as a recorded vote. So I'll ask for a recorded vote, Chair, on this and all the future ones as well. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, would you like an opportunity to speak to the motion that you seconded?
Do you guys have half an hour? If not,
Keep
I'm
it
good.
short.
Then. No, I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. Recorded vote has been called, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you very much. In favor or opposed? Mayor Collier,
In favor.
Councillor Bauer,
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford,
In favor.
Councillor Khan,
In favor.
Regional Councillor Lee,
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Morin,
In favor.
Chair dies.
Opposed? Thank you. Back to you, Mayor Collier.
Thank you. Moving on to the next one, please, Mr. McCullough.
Okay, next we have CNR 09 down on Bailey Street.
Questions? I'll just ask quickly, because those three on Bailey Street, for the Ward 3 councilors, I'm sure you're especially aware of this. That's an ideal location, one of those three. We badly need a grocery store down there and that type of thing. There is nothing like that over in that area. That area is continuing to grow with further development in the John Body homes. And I had asked staff about this policies of, what was it, 6.18, Mr. McCullough? And the restrictions to that would allow that. And I'm told that there are some restrictions, but that would still be allowed. Can you just confirm that, please, Mr. McCullough?
To you, Mr. Mayor, an individual retail store of 500 meters would be permitted under section 618.
And that is about the size of, use the Spiceland as an example. That's, Spiceland was slightly larger than 500.
That's correct.
Okay. If a larger, like a Sobeys or one of the bigger chains came along, would that be allowed currently before the site-specific 6.18?
To you, Mr. Mayor, no, it would not be permitted currently or under the 618.
618, okay. But the 618 just simply allows some other retail uses.
That's correct.
Okay, if a larger grocery store did want to come and locate down there, what would they need to do? Official plan and bylaw amendments?
To you, Mr. Mayor, that have to be outlined in the region's official plan as site specific to this area, as it wouldn't be permitted in the employment areas.
Okay.
So it really depends on the size, but that would be the process.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, and I do support staff's recommendations on this and the other two along the stretch. Any other questions from council? Hearing none. Next one, please, Mr. McCullough.
We've seen our 14. This is at Roslyn and Harwood. There was also the correspondence received for this one.
Questions? Councilor Lee.
So they covered the whole land, including the plaza. Does that imply that they would tear up the Longo's Plaza? Like, how else would they build there ultimately? Like, would they remove the Longo's, remove the Starbucks?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee, in the long term, they could potentially do that. In their request, they had originally asked for the whole property, but I believe now they've narrowed it down to just constructing one residential building in the remaining pad area.
And they want a 14-story there. Correct? That's what you guys wrote? And they wanted LTC and mixed use?
They didn't indicate, they did identify LTC or mixed use, or it may have been, but again, it's a concept and they indicated 14 stories.
Yeah, so I mean, this is right up the road for me. I think all residents in the area, both from Ward 1 and 2, appreciate the fact that there's a Longo's there, there's a Starbucks there, and I understand that I don't think there's room or capacity based on the parking available for a building and retail. So I imagine they may consider tearing up the Starbucks. Again, this is just my observation. I'm not basing this on any fact. So because of that, there's no way I could support that. So thank you, Chair.
Further, Councilor Crawford?
My brain, honestly. I didn't even know that a developer could come in and say, no, we don't want that anymore, that you could actually change it to something else. Like, I thought, like, once a mall is there, like it's there. I didn't know that you could say, get out, we're doing something else. I had no clue that could even happen. Like in theory, if everything stayed the same and they added one building, it's actually ideal because you're not in an established residential area. The problem with this, the huge problem with this, is that of course the infrastructure is so abysmal in that area. The 2 lanes on Roslyn Road, the intersection, you got another apartment going across the street. Like I can't even, like you would have to deal with that road before you could put 14 stories of anything up there. So this is very interesting. Like I said, I had no idea that a developer could just come in and say, long goes, you're out. I had no clue that that was possible. So I'm just talking. So thank you. I don't support this.
Thank you. Further, Councillor Tyler Moore.
It's our plaza for our family and most of the people on our street. That's where we go to Longo's, to the dollar store, to What a Bagel. They're all there. And Starbucks, of course. Anyways, it's a really busy parking lot right now. When you get in there, you got to really negotiate how you're going to exit through the north, come in on the west. So it seems like a bit of a stretch. I mean, I appreciate anybody's vision, their dream, whatever, but I don't know if this makes sense to me. I would say it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Further members of council? I'll just add, I believe, and this was in another piece as well, another one of the applications as well. Since the land is not severed, they applied for conversion for the land as a whole. But I think after reading the document, the correspondence that was provided after, they only were specifically looking at one small remnant that they have left that has not been developed. Is that accurate, Mr. McCullough?
To Mr. Chair, the revised request that was submitted to the town indicated yes, just looking at converting the smaller piece.
Can you point that out on the diagram? Because I'm not sure where that is.
Yep, if you want, I actually have some of the images at the end. It's this kind of piece up here. So if the region were to change their official plan, they would would have to look at the whole area around this and take a look. If they were to go forward with just the one piece, and if it were to get put into the official plan, then yes, there would be a separate land division application that would take place later on just the piece.
Is there nothing built there now? I thought there was a building there.
There's a pad. No, there's an empty space there. There is a future pad building proposed in that location. I believe it was site plan approved. I'd have to double check, but there is a pad proposed there that has not been constructed yet.
Okay, so of the existing application, site plan application that is not yet approved, what would the job density be on the existing application? Like what is just a pad? Was it a bank or restaurant or something?
Yeah, it's a pad building similar to the existing buildings around. I believe it was 10,000 square feet.
Would that be multiple retail or employment, like multiple stores, or would that be just one restaurant or one bank?
To you, Mr. Mayor, be a building that's slightly larger than the current one that's adjacent to it.
I'm just trying to understand because I haven't looked at their revised concept. I don't know what the density targets are for their application for conversion. But if staff was, instead of looking at the whole site as original, just looking at that one piece, would your opinion and recommendation be the same?
To you, Mr. Mayor, it becomes very difficult pulling out small pieces like this in the region's official plan. And then it begs the question as if the surrounding lands get converted and what happens to the north of here. It may expand. It is one that we're not supportive of at this time. We'd have to look at it closer.
You're not supportive because it was
Yeah.
the whole lands, but if it was just that one piece, again, would staff look at it the same?
Yes, we would, through the chair. We would look at it the same way.
Okay, thank you. I tend to support staff on this one. It doesn't look like an appropriate place to me, and it doesn't fit those requirements that we had, that I discussed with staff and laid out at the beginning. Anything further on that one? Okay, being none, next one, please, Mr. McCullough.
Back.
What was that?
I'm not sure what that was.
Moving on.
Here we have CNR 15. This is on North Harwood.
Questions? I have some questions. Councillor Lee.
So this was the Grandview lands, correct? If I'm not mistaken, this is the area that. So I guess my question is, what about the MZO that we did here? So can you explain why, like, I thought the MZO kind of gives it to a degree carte blanche about what we want to do with this area. We applied for an MZO on this area. This was back earlier in the summer. It was granted, I believe. I just want to know, what are the next steps then? And would this go against what staff is suggesting?
So through the mayor to Councillor Lee, so you're correct in that the MZO is on the portion of the lands. It's council's desire to have a retirement home and a long-term care home. Now, it's unforeseen what the region and how the region will treat the MZO, and I'm sure they're dealing with many of those across the region on how they're going to implement those into the region's official plan. So there is a chance that it could be converted. If the entire piece was converted, and for whatever reason, the proposal for the retirement home and the long-term care home were to fall through and not be constructed, if it's converted in the region's official plan, then there's the possibility that it becomes all of residential for lower density type uses. This creates a challenge, but I will admit it's not ideal having this long-term care home in the middle of the employment area. The other consideration on this one too, as you mentioned briefly, is the Grandview piece. And there's a small, I believe it is 1.5 hectares, which is a strip along the Grandview. So Grandview is immediately abutting the lands to the north, is proposed to be donated. So that's the other piece, that if that were to stay employment, then that is an employment use, and then it'd be the balance that would permit the residential.
Okay, so that answers that question. I'm going to listen to the rest of council on this. So I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford.
I thought hitting the space bar made me unmute anyway. So this doesn't long-term care facilities and like, aren't they employment? Like, isn't that what they're not considered employment?
They're
Like, lots of people work in them. Huh? Sorry?
residential.
But people work in them.
But they're considered residential for zoning.
Okay, I find that confusing.
So through the mayor, that was what we were discussing earlier, is those are sensitive land uses. They are employment, but they fall more into that community employment category.
Right, we can't put them on PE.
That's correct.
And so so the MZO was to change the PE to residential. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Crawford. The Minister zoning order that was approved was to permit the long-term care home and retirement facility on that property. So that is a permitted use on a portion of this land currently. And if it's council, that could go forward. That is permitted, correct.
And just to add to that, Councillor Crawford, even though that MZO is in place, it did not change the land use designation. The lands are still designated prestige employment.
So what did the MZO do?
It allowed for, as Mr. McCulloch just outlined.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
zoning permissions, provincial zoning permissions for a long-term care facility and a retirement home.
But it didn't change the zoning.
Correct.
Well, stop. It changed the zoning from through a minister's zoning order, but it didn't change the land use designation, which is an official plan element.
Oh, okay, okay.
And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the official plan today, not the zoning bylaw.
So am I to understand then, and I'm sorry if I missed this, staff does not support this because it becomes different use for Grandview, is that correct? Like one section is for residential and what is Grandview is considered more prestige employment?
So through the mayor to Councilor Crawford, so Grandview's uses are all permitted uses in our prestige employment zone. The challenge with this one is if you are to break up this strip of employment lands, the region is going to start looking at the employment lands north of here, and there could be a cumulative loss of 19 hectares of employment land in this area. So it does make a challenge.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little bit confused on this one, but thank you.
Further? Just, Mr. McCullough, I need to follow up on that last statement. It may trigger, this is in no way anything we do on this land going to absolutely trigger anything in any other area. It's just they could look at something else.
See, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. Because we've already dealt with one parcel to the north of here. We're going to have one more that we're going to deal with as well. Is there anything further before I bring a motion? Okay, I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Dies. I've emailed the motion to the clerk. He probably just would have got it. I'll read it and hopefully he'll be able to put it on the screen. And I'll need a seconder after. That staff be directed to advise the Region of Durham that Ajax Council is in support of conversion request CNR 15, subject to policy being implemented into the region's official plan that requires, at a minimum, that the approximately 1.5 acre portion to the far north of the parcel as identified in the concept drawing be conveyed to Grandview Children's Center or remain zoned PE, prestige employment. That approximately 6.5 acre parcel as identified in the concept drawing and subject to a provincial minister zoning order be sold to Schlegel Village for the development of a 192 bed long-term care facility with an associated retirement home. Next, that the balance of the lands may be developed as identified in the concept drawing, and that the developer agree to enter into a development agreement between the developer, the town of Ajax, and the Region of Durham in agreement of the terms above. And just to clarify, first, do I have a seconder? Sorry. Second by Councillor Khan. And I'd just like to speak to it quickly, Madam Chair, but at first I just want to ask Mr. Romanowski, that last piece, do I need the region in there for the agreement at the end, or is it just the town of Ajax and the developer?
It should just be the town of Ajax and the developer. I don't think the idea here is to have the region enter in the agreement. The objective here is that the region will implement these criteria through their policy framework, through their MCR process.
Right, that's what I thought, and I saw that after, and I think we had a conversation, I forgot to take it out. So thank you for clarifying. I'd just like to speak to it very quickly, and then I'll turn it over back to the chair.
Can you just clarify something for me, Mayor Collier? So in number 3 here, it says that the balance of the lands may be developed as identified in the concept drawing. Can you make that more specific so people understand what that is?
Yes, I will, and I was just going to explain that. So this is a parcel, 15-acre parcel that has been the developer back about 10 years ago put this out and tried to develop this for a commercial basis, and they didn't have any takers, so they have just left it. This is a piece also that is not attached really to any other existing employment anywhere. It's right by the high schools. It's right across the road from residential. It's a bit of an anomaly this piece. And so I had in discussion with the owners. We were also in discussion with Schlegel Village, which is one of the sort of premium long-term care providers, builder providers. And we were looking for a site. And this site came as one of the preferred sites. So I approached the builder and discussed with them. I knew this land was already going to be applied for conversion in this round of the MCR, but I didn't see a lot that could be defended. I thought they would be developed anyway. And this is why back in, I believe it was April last year or around then, I brought forward a motion to council for minister zoning order to allow a long-term care facility on this site, which was granted in June. I did that after the deal that was hammered out with the developer was, we also have Grandview on the lands to the north, and those are the lands that the town of Ajax had given to Grandview. That site is slightly too small for Grandview. They need some more. They need that extra 1.5 acres. So through this arrangement that we were able to hammer out, the builder or the developer, the landowner agreed if we go ahead with this, they would convey the one, I believe it's 1.5 acres, but Mr. McCullough, you said hectares, but a piece at the north that is outlined in the plan to Grandview at no cost. So that helps Grandview get their project done, because right now they don't have adequate parking and they've got a bit of a challenge there. Second, the MZO, the Schlegel piece, that's approximately 6 acres, I think it is, allows that project. So on a 15-acre parcel, that's about 6 hectares. 6 hectares at 50 jobs per hectare is 300 jobs. So the total on that piece that could be achieved is approximately 300 jobs at my standards. According to the official plan at 29 jobs per hectare, that's about 180. So it's a higher density, but it's on only a piece of the land. And then the other part of the agreement was that the developer we would allow the use of the residential, and they would be able to develop the upper piece or the middle piece. I did ask them to look at high density. They did run it through their department that does high density, and just wasn't the market in the area. And it would be medium density, which would be all likelihood on the concept as townhomes. So this would get us the Grandview piece that we need. This would get us the 192-bed long-term care facility and the associated seniors residence as well, and the housing portion. So I'll just leave it at that. I will ask for a recorded vote on this one as well, and turn it over to you, Chair.
Councillor Crawford.
Okay, I have to Crawfordize this, what happened here. So we have Tribute doing townhouses. We got Grandview building a rehabilitation center, and we got Schlegel doing a long-term care facility. Is that what's happening on all 3 parcels?
Correct.
So is there a possibility of Tribute doing something else or changing their mind or anything? Like, is that part of the piece done?
Yes, and that's part of it. And that's why I really want to get this hammered out, because you're correct. Even though there's an MZO on the property, there's really nothing, if they get the conversion, there's really nothing stopping them from doing residential on the whole property.
Right.
I think they would get it. In my opinion, I think they would get it. So this is also, I feel, a way to protect us. First of all, I do trust them that they are going to do what they said they're going to do. I've got the
trust. It's just, we're going to all this length to figure out what we're doing there. I don't want anything backfiring. So, I guess it is about trust,
but the bottom line is, if this isn't approved, then the other stuff doesn't happen. The sale to Schlegel doesn't happen, and the Grandview doesn't happen, because those are contingent on the conversion. Having the Schlegel gives us the 300 jobs on this land, which is 50 jobs per hectare. And like I said before, as long as we achieve our job densities, any extra uses that we can have on there, to me, is gravy. Like that's extra. That's bonus. That's bonus DCs. That's bonus taxes. And I don't know how much the 1.5 acres being conveyed to Grandview is in jobs. I don't know if that's any extra jobs or not.
because they're fundraising based on all that, right? Like, you can't change your mind. Like, that's what they've been working on.
This would have broad repercussions.
Yeah, huge. Okay,
So you have a
so,
question?
sorry, no, I'm done. I was trying to make it sound right for me. Sorry about that. I'll stop.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments?
Chair, Councillor Lee.
Thank you. I couldn't see you. Go ahead.
I guess my only concern with this is that, like, I thought the MZO conversation we had back early summer last year kind of covered all this. And really, it was to a degree like cart before the horse. Shouldn't this have been done first, then followed by an MZO, and then, you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought this was all like negotiated already and everything was a done deal. And I just feel like we actually approach things a bit backwards. And I was wondering if, I guess, the mayor or planning can just reassure me that we did things properly in this case.
Well, the true answer is I'm not sure. I also thought the MZO made it that that piece was now fixed. It wasn't until, what was it, Jeff, about a week ago, that I realized that there was still, this was just like an overlying use, but not an absolute. But it's regardless, when the MZO was issued, it was issued just on the single piece. It wasn't issued on all the land. It was only issued on the single piece. So the other lands are still PE. But that wasn't the arrangement that was made. The arrangement that was made was that we would support the conversion.
Right. So in a sense, like, we have to do this, you know, but, and I guess like, I that's the only problem I have with it. It's just, I feel somewhat, to a degree, cornered into fulfilling our original agreement with Grandview. That's the priority as far as I'm concerned, not the homes. But we don't get that without this. And so I will support this. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Bauer, Councillor Khan, I can't see you.
Thank you, Chair. It's Councillor Bauer. Maybe I will just, and I'm sorry to ask for repetition. Please explain to me again why, like, I also agreeing with Councillor Lee, thought this was all done back at the MZO stage. So what is it that brought this application here today?
This might be better if staff answers this one.
If I may,
Romanowski.
through Councillor, Regional Councillor Dice, I guess I'm confused by council stating that they think that this was all done. An MZO was requested or brought forward by council for the Schlegel Villages piece, which, as Mr. McCullough indicated, is, I'm not going to get into north, south, east, west, but the right side of the property, if we're looking at the lands that were shown on the screen earlier.
Okay.
Closest to the high schools, if we can kind of picture those lands. And that's where the MZO applies.
Okay.
The balance of the lands, well, all the lands in their entirety, they're still designated prestige employment in our official plan. And they're still blue in the region's official plan. And the exercise that we're going through right now, or that the region's going through right now on all over the region, is effectively to change the lands from, or entertain requests to change the lands from blue to yellow. So the MZO did not do that. The MZO focused on the retirement facility and the long-term care facility. It didn't give any permissions for high, medium, low density housing on the balance of the lands. And now the request is being made by Tribute to the region. The region's passed that request on to the local municipality, the town, and the planners have looked at that through the policy framework that's in place. And that's why we've provided our position on that request. So what we're dealing with effectively is what's left over, which is the middle piece between the MZO portion of the property and the boundary over to Grandview, which is west of the other side, opposite the schools. So it's kind of funny because it's on that curve.
Yeah.
So that's the request that we're dealing with right now. And that's what CNR 15 is dealing with. But so I hope that helps answer or provide some clarity to it. There's lots of levels here, right? Now we're at the regional level. That's all we're doing right now. Even if this motion or other motions or other decisions by this council get forwarded to regional council or regional planning are going to go through their exercise with this, just like town planning is going through their exercise. So I hope that provides some clarity to what's happening here on this parcel. Mr. McCullough, is there anything that you wanted to add to that?
No, not at the moment. I think I'm okay.
Yes, thank you, Director Romanowski. It did clarify for me.
Got my mute on, sorry. Any other questions? So it's still, the motion still doesn't speak or give an idea of what this conceptual drawing is, or this concept. So did you were going to speak to that, Mayor Collier?
I have it if you would like me to put it on the screen.
Okay, it just makes it clear for people if it's actually in the motion though.
Yeah, and it, unfortunately, I wish we had put those because it would be easier. Mr. Clerk, do I have the ability to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you should be able to screen share if you like.
Okay, so let me try this. This will stop others, yes. All right, I believe this is the one. So this is what was sent to me. So this was not submitted with their application to the region. Harwood Avenue Harwood Avenue is here. The high schools are over on this side. This piece here is the Grandview piece. Then you have the residential in the middle, and then you have the Schlegel over on this side. This was not submitted with their application to the region. This has come out of work that they have been doing with Schlegel and Grandview in anticipation of this going ahead. So, and I only got this morning.
Okay, thank you.
Make it bigger. Yeah. So yeah, it outlines phase 1, phase 2, the connection and all that there. And then the piece over here, I believe it's this piece right there, right? Is the Grandview piece?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. That's going to be conveyed to Grandview.
Okay, anything further? You called a recorded vote, did you?
Please.
Mr. Clerk or Madam Clerk?
So on the CNR 15 motion, in favor or opposed, Mayor Collier,
In favor.
Councillor Bauer,
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford,
In favor.
Councillor Khan,
In favor.
Regional Councillor Lee,
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Morin,
In favor.
Chair dies.
In favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'll take back the chair, and I think we've been at this for 3 hours now. So why don't we have a break?
That would be nice.
Okay. I'm thinking 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay,
So we'll
15
be
minutes,
back
thank
here
you.
At 4:48.
Mr. Mayor, we are live again.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. McCullough, whenever you're ready, the next site, please.
Apologize for that. Can everyone see that okay? We'll move on to the next one. Actually, quickly, one thing I will clarify on this one, I was able to take time to review the minister's zoning order on this one. I think this will provide some comfort to council. If it is converted, it could still change, but I will say that I took a look at the wording of the MZO, and it does prohibit other uses currently, other than the long-term care and the retirement home. Now, that's not to say that if it's converted, it could be amended, but I think that provides some comfort to council. So I thought I'd just mention that quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, and next up we have CNR 19.
Questions? I can't see Councillor Lee or Khan. Is your video on?
Yes, my video's on. Can anyone else see me?
Now I can see you. Questions? No questions? I have a motion. Sorry, I also have a barking dog. 1 second. On this, that I will, and I'm sorry, I didn't email it to the clerk. I'll do that right now and read it. And the wording of this is nearly exactly the same as the last one, only with a small exception that I will explain. So I'll read it and then I'll send it to you, Mr. Clerk. The staff be directed to advise the Region of Durham that Ajax Council is in support of conversion request CNR 15, subject to policy being implemented into the region's official plan that requires, for example, all the things we listed before. But on this one, since this is another example of where the conversion application was broad across because the land isn't severed, I want to exclude one piece. Agreement that any conversion only be for the land specified in the concept, specifically lands bounded by Spitty Road to the south, Pencaskill Drive to the east, Salem Road to the north, and the existing high schools to the west. And the bottom, and that the developer agreed to enter an agreement with the town on the above terms. And I'll just email this to, I do need a seconder, sorry. And I'm not looking at my screen, so if anybody wants to second, please say your name.
Can we see the, is it a motion or would you say?
Motion. I'm just sending it to the clerk now.
Okay.
There, I sent it to the clerk now. I can share my screen if you like, but probably better if we share with the clerk.
I'm having some difficulty figuring out where this is on that road.
Salem Roslyn, northwest corner. The Esso gas station on the corner is right there where Sean is showing. And the piece that we're talking about, Sean, can you show where the piece is right up at the top? That little triangle, that piece there.
Isn't that a woodlot?
To the south is. This was the piece where we had to get the record of a site condition that took so long.
Okay.
I'm not sure why I'm only seeing Councillors Lee, Tyler Moran, Sean McCullough, and Councillor Dyes. I'm not seeing everybody else. Councillor Bauer, you're when I go down the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Since I'm having some difficulties here with my video and I'm not able to make the screen bigger so I can see more people. So please don't just put your hand up. Say your name if you have questions so I know.
Okay, so Mayor Collier, I just want to confirm the section that you mentioned is the part you want to include. You want to exclude the other two pieces, correct?
If you look at bullet 6, it specifies that the roads in that network are assumed because there is a site plan on there right now. So the road aren't assumed, are named.
Okay.
So those are Spitty Road, Pencaskill Drive are named roads within that area, which divide the piece. But since the application was on the whole piece because it wasn't separated.
So Mr. McCullough, can you just sort of review what's going on here?
I do need a seconder for this. Please.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second to put on the floor, but I have questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I just think we need a little bit of a better understanding of what this is.
Through the mayor to Councillor Dye. So the applicant, and maybe in a moment I can share my screen again. So the
Sure.
applicant has requested to convert 3 parcels of land in what we refer to as the Beach Ridge Phase 2. So they've requested to convert the 3 remaining parcels that are undeveloped. Out of the other parcels, as the mayor mentioned, one is a gas station. We have a site plan application on the parcel on Salem abutting the gas station, and the applicant is requesting conversion of all 3 parcels. This is all employment, and the mayor has put forward a motion that is recommending conversion of the north parcel.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, please, the intent, I did speak with them when I saw this, because when I was shown the plan originally, and then when the conversion application came in, the conversion application was on the full plan or the full lands. And when I questioned them, I was told it was only done that way because the lands were not severed. The application had to be on the entire, but it was known and understood that we were only referring to the northern piece that I've outlined as what the conversion application intent was. So I imagine we can discuss with them if this is successful and get them to amend their application like the other applicant did. I'll just speak to this very quickly and then go to questions. This piece was one that, so they're currently, and I'm going to email a picture, and I'm going to see if I can get this picture and share it on the screen because it will help a lot more to for people to understand it. Oh, let me see if I can make this bigger. My apologies, everyone. I should have done this before. There we go. There we go. So I'm just going to share my screen so you can see what I see. Okay, so the piece we're talking about, and sorry, this is sideways. This is Salem Road. This is Roslyn Road down here on the right-hand side. Spitty Road used to run all the way up here, and the high schools are down here at the bottom. Okay, we have existing residential here, commercial over here, the gas station over here. This is an approved site plan right in here for, is it 7 buildings, Mr. McCullough?
If I could, Mayor, it's not an approved site plan yet. They're going through the site plan approval process. They still need to register the draft plan of subdivision in order to realize the site plan approval.
Okay. And this is for development for future development for others over here. And then of course we have the train tracks just up here. So when I went to these guys, all of these buildings down here are all single story pads, pretty much. This one is 1 story in the front and 1 story in the back, but because of the grade, it's on each level. But being single stories there is a fair amount of employment on those lands. But I asked them, why aren't you looking at higher density? Why aren't you looking at other uses? These are lands that also meet all those requirements I talk about, that are on the outskirts of the employment, but on the fringe of the employment land. So we know over this way up here that the Amazon is going to be there. We know that Salem Road is a major transit route. We know that Roslyn Road is a major transit route. So it kind of fits into that pedestrian friendly live work type environment. What they proposed was the 4 residential buildings with this large commercial piece here, which would house, among others, grocery store, a lot of other retail, other type of uses to support the residential. So again, create that pedestrian friendly live work. People don't have to get in their cars and travel over, well, there's more over here on the other side of the road. On this piece of land here, right now, there's a proposal, I believe, for a self-storage facility. So it just made sense in a top piece that really is like abutting the schools over here, the train track over here, and everything else. It kind of gives that transition again from the residential into the commercial, but also provides, and again, instead of the 50 jobs per hectare, I believe the proposal on this one is somewhere in the, is this the one that's 274 jobs per hectare? I believe one of the ones is, but it's much higher than the projected 50 jobs per hectare. So it met all the targets and all the things. And if the last thing I wanted to see was this entire site, we've already got a gas station, which is 1 job. We've already got these, which are, I don't know how many. It's a fair amount, but not a ton. We already have self-storage and stuff going over here. It's just another opportunity to allow those extra uses and increased job density, and just made sense. So Jeff and I, we sat through this 6 months ago, and they've gone through the process. But just to be clear, there's Pencaskill Drive. That's a new street that comes out onto Salem. Spitty Road now turns here. So it is just that one piece according to the motion. And I'll turn it back to you, Chair, for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Lee, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only kind of hesitation I have, and staff can elucidate on this, is at the bottom of this, there's mention of OMB decision PL 050180 and how they agreed to maintain the lands for employment uses subject to minutes of settlement. I guess, like, how much do we spend to take them to the OMB at the time? And then does this decision here override that OMB decision?
Mr. McCullough, or who's going to answer that?
I'm coming.
Oh, okay. Just so we know you are.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee. These lands were part of an extensive Ontario Municipal Board hearing that on this very topic of employment land conversions. Runnymede, I believe, was the owner of the lands at the time, both on the east and west sides of Salem Road. A lot of money was spent by all parties going through the hearings on these lands. The decision, and I'm reaching back because this goes back to, this started before I was with the town, and I came to the town in 2006. I think at the end of the day, it was kind of a 50-50 decision that that was rendered possibly, or maybe 30-70 or something like that, where some lands, as you can see at the, I guess, left-hand side of this photo, or the townhouses, those are the Stafford Home townhouses that were part of that decision. And then there's the Harper Hill, which is the street opposite Pencaskill, that go back into a residential subdivision in that area. Part of that Ontario Municipal Board hearing establish the principle of the balance of the lands being employment lands. So that's kind of like the history in a nutshell. It was a long hearing over a few years, definitely. And the town's position at that hearing, as well as I believe the region of Durham's position at that hearing, was to protect for the employment uses on these lands. But the Ontario Municipal Board rendered a decision that provided opportunities for both employment and residential uses.
So if we support the mayor's and mine, I guess, motion, that doesn't go against the OMB decision, I guess, is my main question.
Well, it would, because it would be taking a portion of the lands that are currently designated employment that was supported through the Ontario Municipal Board decision for employment, and now would convert them or propose to convert them to residential.
And sorry, I guess I should have clarified it, but thank you, Mr. Maronowski. We whatever we decide here will, in a sense, overrule the OMB decision. Is that correct?
What you decide here would not overrule any decision, because no decision's officially been made yet, because the region will ultimately make the decision on these lands.
But from should the region approve it, then generally that OMB decision is in a sense null, and this is the pathway going forward. Is that fair to say?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the legal logistics.
I'm not trying to trap you, Jeff. I promise.
Whether or not that null and voids decisions at a hearing that established the use of the lands, I guess you'd effectively be lending your support to consideration for the lands to be converted from blue to yellow on this parcel. And I would assume, again, not being a lawyer, that would remove that element, I guess, from that decision that was rendered back in 2012 or 10 or something like that. So, but again, it would eventually go to the region for their ultimate decision to be inputted within their official plan.
Okay, thank you. And then through the chair to the mayor, then, in a sense, what you are proposing is that this plan would maximize employment versus if we were just to hold them to the OMB agreement, they would follow. I mean, I'm using layman terms right now. If we just held them to the OMB agreement, they could just kind of build smaller and less dense. Am I correct in asking that?
I think that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. It's an opportunity to intensify that area that has, to me, a bunch of disadvantages, being the train tracks and a number of other things. I don't know really what else might go there, but yeah, among other things.
Okay. Thank you for that. There was a reason 14 years ago this town went to the OMB with this. There was a reason we wanted to ensure we held them to their employment uses. But I guess if they were to follow the letter of the law, not the spirit, they could just build, as the worst case example, which the mayor always uses, is just your gas stations, your storage facilities, and that would be problematic. And just, can we go back to the wording of the motion for a moment, please?
If I could,
sorry, please.
Through the chair to Regional Councilor Lee.
Go ahead.
They can build more than just gas stations and storage facilities. The prestige employment designation and zone allows for a myriad of uses: offices and restaurants, hotels, warehouses, other types of intensified employment uses. So just the example of storage facilities and gas stations, for example, a gas station could not be built on this property because it wouldn't meet our policies within our official plan for where gas stations can be located. They're only permitted to be located along type A, and where type A and type A arterial roads intersect, or type A and type B arterial roads intersect. So this wouldn't meet that criteria. So that wouldn't be a use that would be permitted or allowed through the OP. So just, there are other intensified type of employment uses that could be developed on these lands aside from the residential piece.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know then. Because I agree, it is always easy to paint the worst case scenario, and I understand where the mayor's coming from, absolutely. But I also am, cautiously optimistic that perhaps through consultation with our ECD and planning, we can encourage the developer to fulfill strictly employment without incorporating a residential piece, and use that space more, because realistically, like in that area of Ward 2, I don't think we necessarily need residential there. I don't think it would match. You're very close to the light and whatnot, and that light is already a pretty hard light to get to even from the ESSO, that I would personally be more comfortable if that was strictly employment. So that's just my 2 cents. So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Romanowski.
Does anybody else have any questions regarding this? Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. So regarding the OMB decision, I just so by us approving the conversion, we are, I think, said we are sort of overriding the decision of the OMB and the minutes of settlement. Do we need to be concerned about doing that? Is that something that the town that we have done in the past or normally would do, or does that open us up to some sort of precedent or risk? I'm really just asking. I don't know.
Mr. Romanowski?
If I could ask Councillor Bauer just to repeat that, it was a little quiet and I couldn't hear the whole.
My ramblings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I hear all the words. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. So I really don't know the answer to this. So if this is if we are approving a conversion that overrides the OMB decision and the minutes of settlement, is that something, or is there any risk to the town by doing things like that? Have we done it before, or are we setting it up for future concerns?
Just first of all, language is very important when we're talking about these things.
Okay.
We're not approving anything today.
I completely understand.
So you use the word approve. So I just
okay.
There's a lot of meaning in those words in the planning field. So to answer the question, like as Regional Councillor Lee asked the question, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know the case law on this or the history. The fact of the matter is that the town back in the mid 2000s spent a lot of time and money protecting these lands for employment purposes. They weren't entirely successful, and any motions or direction from council on these lands or other lands in the future that have legal binding decisions through a quasi-judicial board like the OMB or the LPAT, I don't know how that would weigh into the mix here going forward, depending on what direction council chooses to go on this.
Mr. Romanowski, I think the question was, are we putting the town at risk?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess I just want to understand.
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what risk we would be putting at. I guess I can answer from a planning perspective. We'd be putting at risk sacrificing employment lands that we've identified as being needed in order to meet our requirements for land out to the 2051 period. So from a planning perspective, that's what risk we would be running from that point of view.
Maybe I can jump in through the chair to Councillor Bauer. Yeah, as Jeff mentioned, we would need a legal opinion on that, but the minutes, these ones were a decision through minutes of settlement. So there were items that were agreed to. So those minutes of settlement would need to be revisited to determine, what components would have to be taken out, what components would have to stay in, and both parties would have to agree to that. And then, but we would definitely need a legal opinion on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mayor, did you want to comment on that at all?
Yeah, I'd love to. We have already amended these minutes of settlement at least once, to my knowledge, I believe. But I'll give you some history because I was here and Councillor Dyes was here in 2005 when we did this. And yeah, this was a bit of a different time. There was some history between Runnymede and the town. And we fought the conversion. I think the cost was 1.2 million. I think we recouped a lot of that with the settlement. But again, it was a different time, different place. It was 15 years ago, and a lot has changed, including the owners. Runnymede went, was a family business. I won't say they went out of business, but they went their ways back in the mid 2000s, and their lands were sold off. They actually used to own almost all of those lands, all the way down the west side of Salem Road. And Peacock's owned most of the east side. But regardless, this is not so much about that. I think the question was, are we putting ourselves at risk? And I look at that as contravening something with the OMB. And to that, the answer I think is no. I know planning doesn't support it because of the reasons we already talked about, and that's fine. But what happened in 2005 is different than what's happening now. And now we're seeing development on the land. And all the development we've seen on the land is all single story. There is a gas station, hate to say it, but there's a gas station. I agree it could be used for warehousing for sure, but it's a fairly small parcel and it's really not in a very accessible spot. So I really don't see a warehouse going there. I don't really see much of anything going up there in that little tiny sliver piece up at the top, right by a high school. But on the other side, I see this as an ideal opportunity for some mixed use, for some high density, to accommodate hopefully some of those 12 to 1,500 people that are going to be working at Annandale across the road. And like I said before, those are people that aren't going to be able to afford those $900,000 $1 million Castlefield homes over there. And to be able to have different options of housing within walkable distance and on major transit routes to our employment lands, because this is as far on the outskirts as can be got. This is the very, very tip of it. It just seemed like, and quite honestly, this wasn't really part of the original. The applicants just bought that extension of Spitty Road not long ago. Until they bought the extension of Spitty Road, this land wasn't even really wide enough to do much of anything. So that's why it seemed like a good idea. I still think it's a good idea. The numbers, they spent a lot of money on these things. I mean, the applications they put into the region were about 2 inches thick on this, which had, including employment land convergence studies done by Urban Metrics Inc., which I have here, and employment and some other stuff. So this has been pretty well thought out. In this urban study, it talks again about the Watson analysis and the land use and all those things. I won't get into that because I don't think really that's what we talked about that. But anyway, it made sense enough for me to question and want to bring it forward because I think it is a good area that is far away, fits all the criteria, and will benefit us in the long run.
Thank you. So I would like to defer until we can get a legal counsel opinion on this. And I say that because we had both the director of planning and the senior planner say that they're not lawyers and that they would want a legal opinion on that to answer my question. So I would like to defer this decision.
Okay, how does that work, Mr. Clerk?
You have to give time and date, no?
And a seconder.
Okay.
So are you making
So-
it, go ahead.
Yes, so this would be, so obviously before the due date of these comments, could I have a suggestion of a due date or do I have to decide it myself? what would be the most logical?
Through
Or
you,
how
Madam
much time
Chair,
would it take?
Yes,
if I could make some suggestions and maybe we'll figure out the best path for this.
please.
So staff's report on the balance of fees will be coming to the February 22nd council meeting. It might be logical to reconsider this one at the February 22nd council meeting as well. I suppose a consideration might be whether or not staff are going to address this application in their report when it comes forward on the 22nd or not. If that's the case, you could do one of two things with the motion that's on the floor. You could defer it so that to the 22nd so that it appears exactly as written on the 22nd. Or if the mover and seconder care to withdraw it, they could always bring it again on the 22nd. I think either approach kind of makes sense and that would be the appropriate time to do it.
Madam Chair, could I do a third option?
I guess you can put that forward. What is it?
Well, I mean, if this is, I believe the planners were, you know, I know there's no legal thing on this, but I believe the planners can't say that because they're not lawyers. But why don't we just add a condition to this that say council supports in principle based on a satisfactory legal opinion on whether there's any repercussions to allowing this with reference to the minutes of settlement in the Ontario Municipal Board appeal of 2006. Rather than go through this, because again, when the report comes to council on the 22nd, I would prefer it to be as clean as possible and not start doing amendments and all that on the floor if we can. We'll also have a lot of delegations that night because all the ones that aren't supportive are probably going to show up and want to speak. So it's going to be a long night. I would rather keep it as clean as possible. If we could put that condition in here that, you know, that council support it upon, Mr. Clerk, how would you suggest that that could be worded? Would Councilor
Well,
Bauer?
first of all, is Councillor Bauer in agreement with that, or would you prefer to defer? What would you like
No,
to do?
I would be in agreement with that depending on how we word it and how do we get the results of that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Collier. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to think about a third option. It's just if we just make this conditional upon a satisfactory legal opinion that we're not putting the town in any kind of legal risk. I understand the planning risk. And I also understand the planning risk of waiting and having things vacant for a long time. But any legal risk is, I think, what you're concerned about, Councilor Bauer?
Correct.
Okay, so legal opinion that the town would not be at risk.
And how would we find the answer to
Legal
that?
risk. Sorry, legal risk, Mr. Clerk, with regards to the OMB decision. How's that?
Okay, and again, when will we have the answer to that? Or how would we get the answer to that?
So, Mr. Romanowski, would you be able to look into that prior to that meeting? The next meeting on this?
I will do our best to get in a legal opinion as directed by council.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Now, I'm missing some people. Councillor Crawford, I can't see. I'm not sure if Councillor Khan, I can't see him.
I mean, as seconder, I will acknowledge this as a friendly, so we can, yeah, I'm good on my side.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, I have a question if
Thank you,
nobody else
Councillor
does.
Lee.
You guys okay? So I have a question to staff. So it says here at the bottom of the page that I'm reading that these lands are located in the center of the Carruthers Creek business area and conversion would undermine the structure of the employment area. Can you clarify that for me? What does that mean?
To Madam Chair. So on the region's official plan, we have both the town and the region's official plan, we have the Carruthers Creek business area, which extends all the way from the first request that we discussed in the north end up close to Harwood and Taunton, right down to another request that we discussed down to the uptown. So as we mentioned earlier, that as you start pulling pieces out of the employment area, it undermines the structure of the overall employment area and makes acquiring or facilitating employment uses on the adjacent parcels. So in this case, there's the two to the south. Over the long term, it has an impact on the structure of the employment area. A good example is the residential across the street. That was approved by the OMB through the decision. So as you start introducing residential, the next go around in 10 years when we go through this process again, these residential components start being used to rationalize additional employment area conversions. And over time, it starts to undermine and eat away at the employment area.
So that's what I sort of brought up earlier. It's an issue that historically happens over and over again, where the town chooses employment lands, and then a developer comes along and asks for rezoning to build something different. And then we have to move those employment lands to another area. If I'm not mistaken, what we have left is it, because we've almost, well, we're reaching build out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if these lands are, if we put some high density in here, one of the issues I have with just putting this willy-nilly anywhere, in my opinion, without any kind of plan, is the structure that supports high-rise living or residences. So there's no real structure of parks, or, I mean, there's a park way up there, but you know, anywhere we just plunk them, I mean, there has to be a plan of how we're going to accommodate residential. Have we done this on these employment lands?
No, we have not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilor Collier.
I keep getting demoted.
My apologies, Mayor Collier.
I just wanted to wrap up, if that's okay, if everybody's spoken.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Did you say willy-nilly?
I did.
I believe those things, Councillor Dyes, would be covered through site plan. And staff would look at the parkland and all those different things through the site plan process. I just want to remind everybody, this is just our comments to the region. There's nothing saying the region is going to go along with these. I just want to point out that I think it's difficult to say that this is in the middle of the business park, being where it is, right up near the top there. I don't think that this is going to disrupt any other development that's going to happen south of there. I'm happy with the legal opinion, absolutely, because I know that there isn't. But again, my whole intent of these things is to try and provide those different uses, the pedestrian friendly live work type thing where people can be there. They have all the amenities close by. They don't have to get in their cars. They're on major transit routes. And also in this case, very close to employment. And it is my goal, and I don't think the planners will argue me about this. Maybe they will, but we want to be able to have people to walk to work. We want to have people to be able to get out of their cars, use transit, and have these things close by. And you can't have these things close by if you don't have the residential close by. So the other thing is, this is not a matter of taking away employment lands. This is a matter of increasing density, which is the whole thrust of my argument all the way through, is the need to increase density, because it's fact we don't have enough employment lands going the way that we are. I'll just leave it there. Thank you. And I think I asked for a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Thank you. A recorded vote, please, Mr. Clerk.
On the motion, in favor or opposed, Mayor Collier,
In favor.
Councillor Bauer,
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford,
In favor.
Counselor Khan,
In favor.
Regional Counselor Lee,
Opposed.
Counselor Tyler Moran,
In favor.
Chair Dies.
Opposed. Thank you. It's back to you, Mayor Collier.
Thank you. Great job, Madam Chair. Mr. McCullough, when you're ready, the next one, please.
And so here we have CNR number 20.
Questions, please. Councillor Lee.
I think my only concern was I think they want 25 stories here. Like that just seems like I get it's in that park and like their plan was for some office and then 200 apartment dwelling units. Like does that work? Like apartments with office right next to hotels? Like this seems to kind of be like our pseudo business park, and I would have just assumed that this area would have been like strictly employment, very similar to the Richmond Hill area of like Highway 7 and Leslie, where you have some hotels, but everything else is just very much like commercial and there's no real residential there. So that was what I had always envisioned this area to be. I think planning probably had the same idea. So that's why I agree with staff of not recommending this. So thank you.
Any other questions? I can't see Councillors Khan, Bauer, or Crawford on my screen.
No questions, Chair, from Bauer.
Thank you. I don't know why I can't see everybody.
Okay, Khan is okay.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to put a picture up because Councillor Lee is correct. It is not a tiny building, but again, that's the proposal. This is one this is my last one, but this is one I felt had some merit kind of because of the location. It's a very small parcel. So Mr. McCullough, can you go back and put the other piece back on? The other picture back on? So the lands immediately south of this parcel are a hotel and convention center. Absolutely right, hotel and convention center. Across the road, we have the Cataract Way soccer field there, and then just up to the west of that, residential. And one of the things that it said in the report was that Chambers Drive could potentially connect to the Ivanhoe Cambridge site on the other side of the environmental protected space there. I think the odds of that happening are the same as the odds of Williamson extending across and joining, or Clements extending across Duffins Creek and joining, or a bridge being built on Audley Road over or under the train track, all of which are about $20 million projects. This is one that road is probably never going to be extended. I would almost guarantee that. So it is a small parcel, and when the proponents came, Atlas Developments came and talked about it, they were talking about a long-term care going there. And I thought that was a reasonable down at the end of the road, quiet. But then we realized, it was pointed out by our planning staff, that it's not a, it is a commercial area, and that might not be quite in fitting. So then they talked about retail and office, which is what this was. Let me put this back up. So this was, I believe, retail and 3 floors of office, and then with residential as the additional use. Like I said, all the way through, as long as the numbers for the employment are met, I'm happy. Now, Mr. McCullough, this says this is 0.69 acres. I don't think that's correct. I thought this was about a 7-acre parcel.
To you, Mr. Mayor, the small piece is 0.69 hectares. I believe I'd have to double check, but the remaining portion that has the hotel and convention center is somewhat larger.
Okay, so that would provide, given our 29 jobs per hectare, or even 50 jobs per hectare, approximately 30 jobs on that site. This would provide upwards of almost 300, I believe, is in the concept. So 10 times what was put in, but at the same time, 3 floors of underground parking. So we're not having all the, like even the hotel and convention center next door doesn't have underground parking, I don't believe. So I think it kills a couple of birds with one stone. I do have a motion that I'll bring, but if everybody's done their questions. Councillor Crawford, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just I'm wondering about the possibility of having like a municipal parking on the level of that to actually generate income. If that proposal went through, you know, because like I see like the convention center is always jammed. Well, it was before COVID. There's the Lifetime just up the street from there. It could be an opportunity for municipal parking. Just a thought process. Does it have to be 25 stories? Like, it seems a bit high, but we don't have any buildings like that in, I mean, even Westney and 2, I think, is only 18.
I think that's a planning question. In my opinion, it doesn't. But I think when they start doing underground parking, it's so expensive. You have to go a certain amount up just to make it cost effective to do the underground parking. But I'll turn that over to staff.
Through the mayor to count. Oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
Jeff.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Through the mayor to Councillor Crawford. As staff, we recommended against the proposal. It would really come down to the design of the area and what would be appropriate in terms of a design. Anything's really possible at this point in time, as these are just concepts.
And the other thing I would add is municipal parking to go to where? There's lots of surface parking in this area. I think a better use of municipal parking would be within our downtown area or other areas that, you know, we want to attract businesses and live work and mixed uses and that type of thing. So I don't know if that would be, I mean, you can ask for anything, but I don't know if that would be the best location for a municipal parking structure facility within this area. It's kind of off to the beaten path, adjacent to residential area or environmental areas, a park, etc., kind of tucked in off of the interchange lands. So with regards to the height of the building, it's a concept. That's all that's been submitted at this point in time. With any of these concepts, as we heard with some of the other requests, you know, there may not be a market in 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 years when these lands actually have the permissions in place to be developed. So that's something else to just take into consideration through these various requests.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I bring this motion? I've sent it to the clerk. It's the same as all the other ones.
I have my hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Tyler Moore.
Quickly, as I always say. So just confirming with staff, it is through you, Mr. Mayor, 4.3 acres, correct? That area?
It's 0.69 hectares on the map. I thought that was incorrect.
The property, through the chair, is 3.3 hectares, which is 8.3 acres.
Oh.
The parcel by which Mr. McCulloch has outlined, which is dealing with the conversion, is 0.69 of a hectare.
Hmm.
Yep, and 1.7 acres.
Just have to, like in planning terms, we use hectares and square meters. We don't use acres and square feet.
Yeah,
Just so you guys know.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. So then the hectares that we're speaking of, is it just within that red border that is on our map? Okay. And is the rest of the property developable for future, or is it on some area? Because it looks developable. You can still develop on that?
So through the mayor to Councilor Tyler Moore. And so there we have a site plan application in for that property for a convention center and a hotel. Servicing permits, I believe, were issued by, we haven't received a signed site plan agreement back with the funding yet.
Okay, yeah, you answered my question before I asked it. Thank you. That's all. I was just getting some clarification.
Just to be clear, Mr. McCullough, the conversion application is only on the red piece.
That's correct.
Okay, good. Any other questions before I bring this forward? We're doing things a bit backwards. Usually we bring the motion first. No? Okay. Mr. Clerk, I have sent that to you. Exact same as the others. The only thing is on number 6. We just don't have the specification. It just says specifically lands north of the currently approved hotel convention center. But other than that, it's all the same. I do need a seconder if we're going to go ahead anywhere with this.
Yeah, I'll second it. No one else wants to.
I saw Councillor Crawford's hand first, but
you heard me first.
I
No,
did.
I'm kidding. No, that's me.
You're on the screen, so I took that one first. So I have spoken to it. I don't need to say anything more. I just thought this one had merit because again, it's right on the edge. It's a bit of a remnant piece that I don't think anything else is going to go in there of any real job density or value. And again, an opportunity to create different housing types in an area where there is a lot of other commercial to hopefully sort of help create again that walkable type environment, because I don't think anything else is really going to go down there. And I'll just leave it there. Thank you. Actually, Councillor Dyes, turn it over to you.
Are there any questions or comments on the motion? Are you requesting a recorded vote on this, Mayor Collier?
Sure, let's do a recorded.
Just jumping ahead there, but okay.
You know me well.
Madam Clerk?
In favor or opposed, Mayor Collier,
In favor.
Councillor Bauer,
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford,
In favor.
Councillor Khan,
In favor.
Regional Councillor Lee,
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Moran,
In favor.
Chair Dyes.
Opposed. Back to you, Mayor Collier.
Thank you. Mr. McCullough, are you ready with the next one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have CNR 21. This is one of the requests in the MTSA area.
Right. I think we're going to skip those ones that were already approved.
Okay, again, this is another one in the MTSA area in the existing, so we'll skip that one. Next up, we have CNR 28, Annandale, which is also the subject of the other report on this agenda.
Councillor Lee.
Through the chair to planning, this is the Annandale site, is it not? Am I
Yes.
correct? Shouldn't this decision be postponed till after the other decision we have to make that we should have made already, but now that I'm read up on? But I think that would affect our decision making on this proposal to the region, no? I guess to the chair then, I guess. I mean, you.
Speaking for me, it doesn't change my decision. I don't support the application for conversion on these lands.
Okay, so
But,
that's fine.
Yeah, these lands need to be, in my opinion, prestige employment, which they've been zoned for since 2000 in both the Ajax and the regional official plan, and I haven't changed my opinion on that.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions on this one? Again, I can't see a couple of councils off the screen. So,
On is okay.
okay.
No questions from me.
Moving on, Ms. McCullough, next one.
Okay, here we have CNR 31. This is one of the 3 on the south side of Bailey.
Questions? Now I can't see Councillor Lee or Bauer.
No questions.
Yeah, speak up, people. I'll sort this out for the next meeting. My apologies. Okay, hearing none. Mr. McCullough, please go ahead.
Okay, next up, we have CNR 33. This is on Harwood Avenue North.
Chair, it's Councillor Lee.
Councillor Lee, please go ahead.
I have an amendment. I submitted it to the clerk. This land, sorry, I believe Councillor Crawford, you're okay to second? Sorry, you were on mute.
Yes, or yes, I'm
Thank
okay
you.
to.
Can the clerk put the motion up? I mean, this one's just asking that we just support the conversion request. And I know this is the antithesis of today's meeting, but I just like a chance to explain why. So that's just very simply just to, they asked for 33 to 77 townhomes. And oddly enough, I'm all for the jobs. I've supported a lot of employment in this area, but I just don't think this parcel of land, if the planner can go back to the diagram. Sorry, this is the last jump, I promise. I don't think this land is ultimately going to get employment on there. You're between, so you have the mosque, the church, the daycare, and then Grandview South. North, you have the rugby lands, which until those are ever leave, like they're just going to stay the rugby lands. And we're just saying that this thin parcel in the middle is going to support some sort of commercial. And I think this would qualify under the 37 per hectare, correct, Mr. McCullough?
Through the chair to Councillor Lee. So if it's converted for just townhouses, you would no longer.
No, I'm sorry. But right now, because of the bylaws and everything, this one isn't the 50 per hectare. This one would actually be 37 per hectare, right?
So through the chair to Councillor Lee. So currently that density doesn't apply to lands because that special policy area does not apply. So there isn't a density on these particular lands at this time.
So the expectation would be 50 based on what you're saying, correct?
So through staff's recommendation, we recommending the 37 outlined in section 618.
Right. Sorry. That's what I'm asking. Right.
Okay.
So yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
We'd be recommending 37. Like I'm okay, like not having these 37 jobs just to get these lands moving. We have north of the rugby lands. We just agreed that that should all be commercial. There's a theme to it at least, right? You have all the commercial there, but just to put commercial in this sliver, I just don't think makes much sense, and neither does the developer. And I understand this whole exercise is to get more jobs, but I think to sacrifice the 37 jobs will not be the death of Ajax, and we can finally put that land to use for homes. So that is my suggestion, and thank you for entertaining it.
Any questions on the motion?
I guess we'll ask for a recorded vote as well.
I can see you all now. I was able to, with some tech support help, get this thing expanded. I wonder, Mr. Romanowski, there's some history on this site dating back to the owner that made many applications for all sorts of different conversions and things. I wonder, can you just please speak to the history on this piece? Does your memory back that far, Jeff?
Well, I wasn't here when that to the mayor, as we're asking the question. I'm familiar loosely of the history here of who the landowners were. I believe the old landowners sold these lands to, I think the owners that own the mosque lands. So they were the same owners. I'm not entirely sure of the history, to be totally honest with you. I know these lands would potentially could be, the north side could be the extension of Williamson Drive underneath the railway tracks. They are within a special policy area or area specific policy within the town's official plan. So that's all I can really speak to. I don't have that history, and I think that might have preceded my time here at the town.
Okay. Oh, sorry to put you on the spot then. I thought that happened during yours. It does go back quite a few years. I'll just say what I know. There was an owner that did apply and tried many things to try and change the use to residential because he lived there. And while he lived there, through one of our official plan reviews, the lands were changed to prestige employment, I believe. And he tried desperately to get these converted back and all sorts of things, and it never happened. But I do know when the mosque owned it and I knew another person was looking to buy it, I did tell that person very clearly, if you submit any application for pure residential, it's not going anywhere. But they went ahead and put in the application for pure residential. I'm at the will of council on this one. I don't really feel that strongly. I tend to agree with some of the things Councillor Lee has said. It is a very small remnant piece, but also what Mr. McCullough said, the decision we made on the other piece just up the road, the tribute piece for Grandview, could perhaps have a domino effect on this piece anyway. So I'll leave that. Any questions, any other comments on this, on the motion? Being none, Madam Clerk, recorded vote's been called.
In favor or opposed, Regional Councillor Lee,
In favor?
Councillor Tyler Morin,
In favor?
Councillor Bauer,
Opposed.
Regional Councillor Crawford,
In favor?
Regional Councillor Dyes,
Opposed?
Councillor Khan,
In favor?
Mayor Collier.
Well, it's already passed. In favor. Thank you. That carries. Mr. McCullough, please. I think we're in the home stretch.
Okay, here we have CNR request 34. Again, this is the third and final one on Bailey Street.
Questions? Hearing none. Next one, please, Ms. McCullough.
And I believe this is the final one. This is CNR request 35. This is just north of the Carson Road and Salem Road intersection on Blowers.
And just to point out to council, if you're not aware, that little piece of land just south of there at the corner of Carson and Salem, I believe is zoned for a gas station.
That's correct.
Questions on this piece? Hearing and seeing none. That wraps it up, Mr. McCullough.
That is all the request.
Okay.
Let's do the budget again. Who's in, guys?
Let this guy in. If that's the end, thank you very much to staff for that. Thank you to council. I found it, again, a little bit more informative. I can never know too much about planning. Hope you all got something out of that as well. And moving on to the next part of the agenda, item 3.1. We've gone back and forth. I've gone back and forth with the CAO and staff, and we've decided that we're going to have Mr. Romanowski go through this report with council, and then we'll go from there. Mr. Romanowski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just kind of go over the history here, which it isn't going back too far. We're just going back to the end of 2020, December 7th, 2020. So council did receive a report and recommendations on zoning bylaw amendment application Z219 on the Annandale lands. Bylaw was effectively passed by council at the following council meeting, bylaw 52/2020, to implement site-specific zoning provisions on the lands municipally known as 221 Church Street South. Preceding the approval of those, that zoning amendment, 2 appeals were filed, one by Durham Live and one by the City of Pickering. And those have been submitted to the LPAT. Effectively, what has happened here is that Annandale Park Developments Limited has submitted a letter to council requesting support of council for a minister's zoning order. And what that request is essentially doing is requesting that the zoning that the Town of Ajax Council approved and Town of Ajax Planning Department recommended approval for, to bring that in place through the MZO. So effectively, the MZO would be a mere reflection of the zoning bylaw amendment and the provisions and the performance standards that were passed by council in December of 2020. So that's what's before you today. Staff feel as though the request for the MZO is appropriate, especially since the request is a mere reflection of the zoning bylaw amendment that this council had considered and passed and approved zoning for that development. And the planning department is supportive, as this MZO tool would be appropriate in these circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Romanowski. Any questions? Let me stop sharing this thing here. Go back to the Zoom. Any questions from council? Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I've come out pretty strong against MZOs. I think a few of us have actually come out very strong against MZOs. I suppose that if there was the poster child for an MZO, this would be the property that would actually be the poster child for an MZO. We did everything that we were supposed to do. We did the public consultation. We did the consultation with the TRCA. We did it with the Indigenous group. We've done all of the studies that needed to be done. I see, and I'm a little confused because of the last MZO that I didn't realize all the implications to that. I'm assuming that this MZO is simply to get the project going. We've done the rezoning, right? We've done everything that needs to get done. And this MZO is a tool to get it going. Is that a fair assumption on this particular project?
Mr. Romanowski.
Yeah, through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford. Effectively, the MZO is going to pass a minister zoning order if it was accepted by the minister to effectively put the performance standards that this council approved in December.
So I thought I had heard somewhere, and maybe I had heard this incorrectly, that there was a pause on MZOs. Is that true? Is that not true? I don't know.
We've heard that as well. However, I haven't seen anything formally written or submitted. That doesn't preclude private interest submitting those requests directly to the minister. So I haven't seen anything official on that.
So we could actually request an MZO and it be turned down by the province, correct? I mean, it wouldn't look very good on them, but it could happen, correct?
Council's not requesting an MZO. Council will be supporting the request for an MZO
okay.
that Annandale Park Developments Limited has submitted to council for their consideration.
So is that similar to what Durham Live did with Pickering? No? I don't know.
No.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. There's been a lot of discussion with Annandale about this actually, and how it would be best positioned, and taking into consideration the recent events with the Durham Live MZO and so on. And in the Pickering case, Triple Properties approached Pickering and asked Pickering to request an MZO from the province, which they did. In this, so Annandale, looking at that process, thought that that was the way to go. Actually, in the discussions that I had with him, I didn't want to put council in that position, and I said the landowner itself can ask for permission or can request an MZO. The minister has told them that yes, you can do that, but you need the local municipality support that you're asking for an MZO. In my view, I think, as Jeff has said, it's appropriate for us to support it because the MZO simply is just asking that what council's already approved moves forward, so that then we can, then the site plan process and the planning process can proceed. It's really all about right now. They have a vendor who is eager to get moving and is concerned about the weight that it would take for council's decision to actually be able to move forward.
So the tool is the same, but the process is different.
So, and you know, I'm not a planner, but and I'm sure Jeff.
That's correct, Councillor Crawford. That's a fair summary.
Okay.
Well, okay. So, and my non-planner view is that yes, council approved the zoning amendment, and it's been appealed. So, by the City of Pickering and Triple Properties, those appeals now mean that they have to go to the LPAT, which may take 8 months or longer until council's decision is either approved or not. And the vendor is saying they don't know that they want to wait around 8 months to find out if that's the case.
Thank you very much for that.
Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff. So I just want to make sure that on this day and every day moving forward, it's on record that the proprietor advised through multiple discussions that all of the TRCA's concerns on the applications have been fully addressed and are reflected in the site-specific bylaw. In addition to Annandale and Crest Point to participate, so the remaining lands are zoned environmental protection, which is over and above the area that would be classified as per the MZO. Is that correct? And the MZO wouldn't go near the environmental protection under the specific bylaw? Can staff confirm that? Because we all know the property. If maybe I'm not explaining myself. We all know Annandale.
I got it, Councillor Tyler Moore, and thanks.
Thank you, sir.
The MZO is going to be over the lands that are going to be zoned prestige employment to accommodate the future use of the lands. It's not going to affect the employment, the environmental protection lands. It could cover the whole property, but based on our discussions in the previous topic, it probably will just be scoped to the developable portions of the property, and that's it.
So at no time will the environmental limits be compromised?
No, they will not be compromised at all.
Quite frankly, we wouldn't be supporting the request for an MZO if that was the case.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Further, any other questions? Councillor Dice.
You're on mute, Joanne.
You're muted, Joanne.
My apologies. So it's not, straightforward. It's not really clear to me what the rush is or why they want to get this going, other than that there's an LPAT hearing coming forward. And is that the only reason, or are you saying because it will take several months for us to go through the next steps of the public planning process.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the discussions that we have had with the landowner, they have a vendor who is very interested in the property, but they have other properties that they're looking at as well. What we have been told is that they are most interested in the Ajax property, but frankly, time is money, and they would like to request an MZO from the minister, and they are seeking the town of Ajax's support to be able to do that. They can't do it without the town of Ajax saying, yes, we think that requesting an MZO is appropriate in this case.
I'll just add,
Well, either they want the property or they don't want the property, that whoever's interested in it. I mean, I heard the exact same thing about the property to the west of us and still haven't heard anything further since the deadline that was given previously. So I don't know, it seems to be kind of, you know, the flavor of the month, these MZOs, and I'm really not sure. Again, it doesn't convince me, unless you have further information, that there is a real rush to this, because we have gone through all of the process and it went very, very well.
Councillor Dyes, I'll just add, we have an actual plan on this one. This is not just an idea and some vague, we want to have an 800 to 4 million square foot warehouse. This has a lot more teeth to it, but the fact of the matter is there is a letter of intent from this tenant. This tenant wants to be in this building by the end of 2022. And there's a timeline that needs to be met. And if this timeline cannot be met on this land because the LPAT is going to drag this approval into the middle of 2022, they're going to go look at another site. So this has a drop dead date on it of pretty soon. That's the urgency, because it's going to take that time to get this developed. So I'll just add that to.
So that would also include the site plan, all of that?
Yes.
Like how far, all of it. So how do we know as residents what's going to happen with the site plan?
Well, if and Jeff can add, but if the minister does grant them an MZO, then that allows the process to start flowing. Right now, they're in a holding pattern until the LPAT makes a decision whether or not council's approval of the zoning bylaw amendment can be upheld. But if the minister does approve council's decision, if the LPAT approves council's decision, then the planning process can start flowing.
And how are we assured that, you know, what they intend to build is going to happen through an MZO? How can we assure there'll be no changes through a ministerial order? Because we don't know. The province may change their mind on what the plan should be. Is there a risk of that?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dyes, just to go back to the previous question, and then I'll get to the next question.
Sorry.
Picture minister zoning order is a zoning bylaw amendment.
Yes.
By the province.
Yes.
All right. So once the zoning's in place, the landowner can apply for site plan approval and start that process going. So council's already approved the zoning, but it's been appealed.
Right.
So it's on hold. They can't submit the site plan because the zoning permissions aren't in place to develop the proposal or the development that they have in mind.
Right.
Which is why staff crafted specific zoning performance standards for that land. In effect, our experience with MZOs, and we've had, 2 of these already, but typically the ministry wouldn't impose additional performance standards without consulting with the municipality. But I think even more importantly, I think it was mentioned poster child of MZOs, this isn't a case where, and this is, I think this is a case where an MZO is being used properly in order to achieve the development of these lands in accordance with official plans, regional and local, and the long desire for employment lands on this parcel, which has been long established within our official plan. So I could say quite confidently from a planning perspective that the zoning that would be put in place through this process, through the MZO, would reflect the zoning that was passed by council back on December. And if there were any changes, the ministry would have to, or should, inform the municipality of those changes, and there would be a discussion at that point. But I don't anticipate any additional or performance standards coming out of this process that would frustrate the potential development of the lands as desired by the landowners.
Although if that did happen, I think that should come back to us for that. And I appreciate that, because I think it's really important that the public understands what exactly is going on here, because it's complicated, and it has been complicated with the other MZOs throughout the province that haven't gone smoothly. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate your confidence, although nothing is typical. And I just want to make sure we've got all our I's dotted and T's crossed.
I would like to just point out also, we went through a public process, the full public process, from beginning to end, open houses and a statutory public meeting, over and above the requirements of the Planning Act on this process. Also consulted with the Conservation Authority, whom spoke at the CAT meeting in December in support of the development of the lands. So I just want to put that out there. We went through a public process, and council was part of that public process throughout the review of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Romanowski. Much appreciated.
Just before I move on to the next speaker, I just want to point out with the Schlegel MZO, they actually stipulated in the MZO that it could only be used for a 192 bed retirement home, and they actually made it specific to the ask. So nothing else could go on there. It was specific. And I believe there might also be something to the effect of it would be rescinded if something else happened, from my recollection. But Mr. McCullough just read it. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I hope that helps with your question, Councillor Dies, as well. I had Councillor Bauer and then Tyler Moore, and I did see Councillor Crawford, but you've already spoken, so I'll come back to you after everybody else had a chance.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all of this information. Actually, it's very helpful. Regional Councillor Crawford asked all my questions, and I do love the phrase that she used, that this would be the poster child for an MZO. I'm not a fan of them. I think my issue really, or two main issues I have, is an MZO allows for the whole planning process to be bypassed, as well as bypassing public input, public consultation, which we all know is very important, all of that. But as far as this property, we did everything. And actually, planning did an excellent job presenting at that meeting. And I think we followed every steps. Probably that would be the poster child of a presentation. So I think, this request for an MZO makes sense. And I think it's actually the complete opposite of what happened, across the street. They did theirs first and bypassed everything. We did all of our work, and now we are sort of, I guess, really being forced to support an MZO request because it's being delayed. So I feel that I can justify supporting this because we have done all the steps and we've done them properly. But I would like to ask, I think because of how everything that's happened, I would like to ask that we write a letter to the minister, to our MPP, to our premier, and explain what we're doing here, why we've done it, and that we followed the proper procedure, so that they understand Ajax's position and why we are here today. So
That's no problem doing that.
thank you. And again, my questions have been answered, so thank you very much.
Councilor Tyler Moore, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me back in. So
Oh,
I just,
wait. Did you already speak?
I did. So
Good.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go to Councilor Crawford first then.
I think she spoke as well, but okay.
I know, but I saw her hand before yours. Go ahead, Marilyn.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I just wanted to check at the region, how is does the region support this? I know that they've come out very strong against MZOs. So I'm just curious as to how the region feels about this particular request, or are they aware of it?
I can speak to that. They are aware of it because I had a meeting yesterday to discuss the conversion matter, and I told them that we were forced into this position to do this. So they are aware of it, but not officially, but just through my conversation yesterday.
Did they support it?
Actually, they do.
Okay.
And I appreciate you asking that. I was actually surprised, but they said because we've gone through the full public process, because this conforms to the regional official plan and the town official plan since 2000, this is just a conformity exercise. We've gone through, we have support from the conservation authorities, and we put the holding provision on. And the holding provision, they feel, protects and accounts for their comments. So we have received their comments and we have addressed them through the holding provision, so they are comfortable.
Through you, yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to be clear for council that the discussions that staff and the mayor have had are with regional staff. It has not been before regional council to consider debate or anything like that.
Correct.
Sorry, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that council was clear on that.
Yeah. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. That is correct. Thanks for clarifying. Anything else, Councilor Crawford? Thank you. Councilor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as Regional Councilor Dye said, I do really appreciate the confidence of the mayor, of the CAO, of the planner. I don't know if any residents know, but that's a big cross section of people in our town. And they have a lot of confidence in regards to us approving, or I guess that's not the correct word because it's not our MZO, actually. So anyway, moving along. So you answered my question regarding the environmentally friendly lands and all that. My second question is, unlike another area in that, another development in that area, in regards to traffic. So by the time this comes to fruition, and I'm not going to sit here and ask somebody to do a crystal ball, but if it's 3, 4, 5 years from now, I'm confident that the traffic studies and everything will be done, and most of the infrastructure will be in place, if not all of it, by the time something like this was to come to fruition. Would you consider that a reasonable assumption, Mr. Romanowski?
Well, I'm not going to make any assumptions.
Right.
I'm going to go off of the facts, and the facts is that a zoning bylaw was passed by this council that had a holding provision in it. And that holding provision required traffic studies and analysis to be done to determine what needed to be done in order to support the development. So that would be a requirement still put on the landowner or developer to go through that in order to make those determinations. And once those studies are done and the results are, I guess, published within those studies, those improvements will have to be made before the building can operate.
That's great. That's my concerns, the environment, the traffic. And then I'm sure that on the other side of that, we can have some fun. And like you say, it's an excellent job from staff's point of view, informing us about exactly what's going on here. But thanks for letting me back in. I just wanted to speak to traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw Council Lee's hand just as I said, go ahead, Council Tyler Morris.
No, it's fine. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask, why does this have to go to the upper tier municipality? I think, isn't that requirement just that the local council
Yeah.
support it?
I don't believe it does, but perhaps CEO Baker or Mr. Romaneski can speak to that.
So we actually had this conversation with the developer this week. They were because the Durham Live one did go to regional council. They thought this one did as well. And Jeff pointed out to them that that the minister required the Durham Live one most likely to go to regional council because it affected the region. And Jeff can speak to that in a second as how the Durham Live one affected, but this one does not. So it is not a requirement that it go to the region, and they were contemplating sending it to the region, but as of this week, they told us that they were going to rethink that because they were quite concerned about the timing and how long that would take to do that.
And before Director Romanowski chimes in, just also between the time that the Pickering MZO passed and now, I believe Mr. Clark also changed the rules for MZOs in general, like requiring the council thing, right? Like that's, I would argue, anyways, sorry, Director Romanowski, I just wanted to hear your piece on this too.
I think with the Durham Live, through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, we have to keep in mind that with the Durham Live request, there's a conversion request that came along with that too. They introduced it residential uses on employment lands. That's not the case here. It's a pure conformity exercise. The OP allows for employment. All we're doing is putting the zoning layer on top to allow for the land use permission to actually be developed so that a site plan can be approved. So it's a lot different than the MZO across the street, and every MZO, just like any development application, should be dealt with on its own merit. And so we're focused on the MZO on the Annandale lands.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions to staff on the report? Seeing and hearing none, I have moved by Councillor Bauer, seconded by Councillor Khan, that this report be received for information. Any questions further? Being none, those in favor? Seeing all hands, that's carried. Actually, I'm missing one. Who am I missing? Joanne.
I think Councillor Dice has dropped off.
Oh, okay. Moving on to the next. Departmental reports on the request from Annandale Park Developments Limited for Minister Zoning Order 221 Church Street South, Ajax. I have myself moving. Do I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Bauer.
And Mayor, that's going to have the amendment to write the letter.
We can put that.
Thank you.
One, the town of Ajax supports the request from Annandale Park Developments Limited for a minister's zoning order to implement the approvals made under the town of Ajax bylaw 52-2020 as outlined in its letter that the town dated February 10th, 2021, and that a copy of this resolution be sent to the Honorable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And item 3, you said that the mayor write to the MPP. Was that it, Councillor Bauer?
Just gonna try letter detailing.
I think it was MPP,
And-
Minister Clark,
and-
and Premier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Like outlining our case. Is
Yeah.
that what you're hoping for?
Exactly, yeah. Why we ended up here and how we followed to a T the process.
I have already written a letter to that effect earlier when the LPAT approvals came through, but I can do that again.
Good, thank you.
Anything on this?
Sorry, just point of order, Chair, to the clerk.
Oh,
If
wait.
Counselor,
Yeah, I need to turn over the chair to Councilor Lee. You are next.
right, and also just a clarification that if Counselor Dias is not present for the vote, I just want to confirm the Town of Ajax rules, that would be a negative. Is that correct, clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the vote would be tallied for the 6 members present. So if it were to be a tie, it would be considered lost.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before you proceed any further, just to try to encapsulate the wording that Councillor Bowers presented, I've incorporated it into number 2 as presented on the screen here. That might be easier than presenting it as a standalone. Just want to have a look at that wording and make sure everyone's okay with that.
I believe she also wanted the MPP Rod Phillips
Oh,
included in
I'm
that as well.
sorry, I haven't even been, I didn't look at it. That a copy of this resolution and an explanatory letter detailing the full public planning process. Okay, so,
The explanatory letter part, is that the first sentence, Counselor Barrett?
no, I see that. So I'm just concerned, is this inserting us too much to show that we are supporting Annandale and it's not Ajax's MZO?
That's exactly the point CEO Baker is going to make.
So, oh,
CEO Baker?
thank
Uh,
you.
How can I delicately say this? When we strategized with Annandale, and we told them that we felt that it would be best for the letter to come from them and not the town, because of the recent history with Durham Live. And so I think that, as I said earlier on in the discussion, that it is a requirement that local municipalities support the request. And I think, as Jeff and I have both said, we believe that that's appropriate in the circumstances, but we think it's most appropriate that that is the extent of our involvement in this right now, and that this is something that the Annandale landowners pursue.
Okay. So saying that, perhaps it's not the smartest idea then to send a letter from the town. Okay, so I will withdraw that. Thank you.
Quite frankly, if for some, well, I would expect that maybe the minister's office would contact the town and ask any questions that they wanted to ask as to why we supported it. We'd be more than happy to tell them.
Okay. Okay, I think that's fair. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah.
So the mover and the seconder are comfortable with the language of the motion?
Well, it's as is, right?
Oh, that's right. There's no, so yeah, there's, so Counselor Barrett, there's no further amendments you want to make?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
So we will just open it up to questions from the rest of council. Any questions from council? Then we will call to vote on the,
I would just like to speak to it, Chair.
oh, excuse me, sorry, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, and very good debate again today. I'm glad we had the staff report, and it was clarified by Mr. Romanowski, and we had a very thorough round of questions again, and some great points made. I know, again, this is a little bit contentious given what we've gone through on the other sites and the high sensitivity there is to MZOs right now. I understand that. I totally get that. However, as Councillor Crawford so rightly pointed out, this is pretty much the poster child for, in my opinion, the correct use of an MZO. We have gone through the entire public process, and the argument is given an MZO bypasses the planning policy. We've gone through the planning policy, every single step and more. They say this doesn't allow for public consultation. We've had public consultation, both in public open houses and a statutory public meeting. We have consulted with the conservation authorities. We actually had Toronto Regional Conservation Authority at the meeting, speaking very strongly in support. We've had comments from the region that we've addressed through the holding provision. I just want to remind anybody watching this that this is just the zoning only, and this council has already approved the zoning back on December the 7th. We've already made this decision. We're not making a decision we haven't already made. This decision has been made. All this is doing is moving past to frivolous and vexatious LPAT appeals that were brought about by the same people that we've been making the exact same arguments with for the last several years about traffic and environment. And they said wasn't a problem. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. This is nothing more than a stall tactic. That's all it is. This is a try to make this drag on so long that our tenant packs up and goes somewhere else. Well, quite honestly, I have to tell you, 1,500 jobs created in Ajax is very, very, very important to me. We ran, many of us, on this in economic development, and this is just simply a conformity exercise. These lands have been prestige employment in our official plan and the region's official plan for 21 years, since year 2000. It wasn't done before because it was operating as a golf course, but these lands for the last 21 years have been planned for prestige employment. We actually turned down a conversion application earlier on these lands because these lands need to be prestige employment. We have an actual tenant interest in this land. We have a letter of intent, but we also have a timeline that needs to be met. And LPATs that drag on for 6, 8, 10 months and then get appealed, these lands will eventually be developed, but will they still be for 1,500 jobs plus? Will there still be for $53 million in development charges and planning fees? I don't know. It could be something much smaller. It could be something much less fitting for this large piece. And this is our last large piece. So to have a tenant like this and a long-term tenant that's going to be there for that long means a great deal to me. And I think it means a great deal to hopefully council and to our community. So again, all we're doing is supporting the developer's request. They've worked very hard on this. They've done everything they're supposed to do. And we're just agreeing with that. So I also feel very strongly that this needs to be unanimous. I think it sends a much different message if it's not. So I will ask for a recorded vote, and I hope I can count on your support. Thank you.
So a recorded vote has been requested. I'll leave it to the clerk then.
Thank you. In favor or opposed, Mayor Collier,
In favor.
Councillor Bauer,
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford,
Opposed.
Regional Councillor, or pardon me, Councillor Khan,
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Morin,
Favor.
Chair Lee.
Opposed. And the result, clerk, was 4-2.
Yes, that carries 4-2.
Thank you. And I'll relinquish the chair back to the mayor.
Thank you, everybody. Moving on to the confirming bylaw, moved by Councilor Lee, second by Councilor Crawford. The bylaw number 10-2021 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation Town of Ajax at its special meeting held on February 11, 2021, be read a first, second, third time and passed. Those in favor? I see all hands, none opposed. Finally, moved by Councilor Tyler Moore and second by Councilor Dies, that the February 11, 2021 special meeting of the Council Town of Ajax be adjourned. Those in favor? That's carried. Before we go, I would just